Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas Live Trading Room for Tuesday, November the 29th. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. You get a couple of yeses to let me know. No screen, you're right, thank you. See, that's why I have to do this every single morning. Forgot to start to share my screen. There we go. You should start to see the screen coming into good resolution soon. All right, so what's happening this morning? So the on again, off again. Take a look at KWEB Big Pop, China ETF. Big pop for China ETF. So a lot of the China stocks are popping again this morning. Again, the on again, off again with the COVID restrictions, et cetera, et cetera. So there's one that I did notice. I mean, there are a lot of stocks. There are a lot of China stocks, of course, that I could talk about, but GDS did appear, I think, on my scanner, GDS. Yeah, getting a bit of a lag here, guys. Just give me a moment here. See if that helps. Yeah, I'm getting a bit of a lag in loading the charts. Anybody else? Let me just do a reset of my account. Okay, just do a reset of the account. That should do it. Yeah, so go to account and then do a reset, okay? If you're getting a lag in your charts like I was right before. Okay, so there's GDS. Also, though, BILI is actually China, of course, but it's also an earnings play. So Billy is an earnings play, plus it's China. And I think BZ is the same thing. BZ is the same thing. Earnings play, China. So we got a couple of, let's say, earnings plays from the China stocks. This could be an interesting one. Roku is weaker this morning. And the reason I read is that I guess there was some guy at KeyBank, I don't remember his name, but he's been a bull about Roku just about forever, and now he's downgraded it. He's decided that's about enough for me, and he's decided to downgrade it. Here we go. So yeah, Roku stock slumps after downgrade by long-term bulls, citing market share and profitability concerns, etc. So that has put a downer right now for Roku. Now that's a pretty interesting level for it to be at right now. And it looks like the next low is about dollar away, 50.53. And that is Roku, ROKU. ONCS has had a rocky run this morning. Somebody pointed out, yeah, it popped way up. ONCS, it's come way back down though, $4 back to 3. That's a big drop in terms of percentage. I mean, it's still up 19%, lots and lots of volume, crazy low float. I don't see any specific news on it. Do you guys see any specific news on it? ASPI, ASPI. All right. So they signed a 25-year deal that can be worth up to $27 million a year with a China company. Okay, so there's your news for ASPI, ASPI, low float, lots of volume already. CC, Shamur, CC is gapped down. They don't release earnings until the 26th, but they're already guiding, they're already prepping the market that they're going to be guiding lower after adjusted EBITDA warning. EBITDA. Okay, so HIBB. I think this is an earnings play. Yeah, so it's an earnings play. They've gapped down. Very low volume right now. Very low volume. This could go crazy because look at the float, 11 million shares for a $62 stock. So this is going to be very, very whippy. But there is no volume yet. So I'm answering somebody, Patrick, good morning, Patrick, on our YouTube room. All the data on the screen comes from Trade Ideas. Absolutely. And Novavax, I guess Novavax, the WHO came out with some positive announcement for them. Updates the emergency use listing for Novavax as a primary series, et cetera, et cetera. So that caused the pop in Novavax this morning in VAX. Now I did see that PBR and Vail, a couple of these Brazilian stocks, they were moving. Vail is through the 200-day moving average, VALE. VIVK, I don't see VIVK anywhere on my list. I have to probably scroll down to see it. Yeah, you're right. This is actually an earnings play. We don't have it. Our provider doesn't have it. I don't know. Maybe they popped it up as a surprise. So you look at, yeah, so pretty positive. I mean, they lost 24 cents. Now they're only losing 9 cents. Sales up 11 million from 965,000. So that is VIVK. Interesting. 200-day moving average is up at 179. This one does not trade very much at all. It only had 79,000 yesterday, the day before 90,000, and this doesn't trade very much at all. The biggest day in the last while was 200,000. So this is actually interesting, guys, because I mean it's traded 234,000 already, and the biggest day I can see going back not that far, of course, but is 200 and what did I see again? It's 213,000. So this is a lot of volume for this stock. I wonder why. Oh, it is here. Oh, geez, it's right second now. Okay, so there's VIVK, guys. And it looks like APEN. The reason I haven't talked about APEN, this is a buyout. Right at the top of the list, the buyout is up 62%, but it's a buyout. Now, Zach or somebody, I did get an email last night from, I think it was from Spruce, saying they were going to, or one of those short sellers saying they're going to slam some company today. Any idea what it's going to be? I don't know if it's come out yet. See if I can find who it was. Spruce Point, yeah. So Spruce Point. So it'll be on your, yeah, exactly, yeah. Well, it's be on their website, I guess, probably on Twitter. When do they normally come out? About 10 minutes before the market opens, or right at the market open, or 10 minutes after? Do they actually have, is there a usual time? Yeah, as I said, yeah, Apen is a takeover. Yeah. Okay, guys, 9:10. Let's take a look at opening bell to 10 minutes after. That's what I thought, usually within the first 10 minutes. Yeah. Okay, let's see what sort of upgrades and downgrades we have this morning. Hasn't hit my email yet. Okay, I'll just have to wait. So CTLT from yesterday. CTLT from yesterday. Let's see what it's doing right now. This was a fabulous one from yesterday. I mean, a lot of you were trying to short it at some point. I know I did briefly. But boy, that was a strong one all day, and it's looks like it's trying to continue. CTLT. And the next high looking left is 48.91. So that's about $1.50 away from the next high. Yeah, PDD was an earnings play yesterday too, wasn't it? So with the Billy and BZ. BZ is another China earnings play along with Billy. Usually briefing.com is pretty reliable, giving me my upgrades and downgrades at 10 after 9. Nothing yet. What's wrong with that free service? I'll give it one more shot. No, not yet. Okay. Maybe they're not going to do it today for some reason. All right, just checking to see. I did see Hudson or HSBC. HSBC. I usually don't take a look at these guys. Anything like 78 billion in the float, that is going to take a bunch to move it. It's an impressive move, 5%. Yeah, I hope Dak doesn't show up today. He'll be screaming and yelling at IB regarding COSM. Wonder if it's definitely not shortable still. Wonder if it's still one of the, again, it's a market cap issue. Okay, here's another earnings play, guys. I didn't see this one. This is just popping up. The reason I'm just seeing it now is that I think I have a minimum volume of 10,000 shares. So CTRN just popped in here. This is actually an earnings play, CTRN, and it could be interesting. I mean, it's over the 200-day moving average, 2668. So it's just a little bit above that 200-day moving average. So CTRN is probably one to watch. Not too many earnings plays. Yeah, you're right, Mac. Consumer confidence index at 10 o'clock. All these different types of indexes. Yeah, this could be interesting. This CTRN, no volume yet. That's why it didn't show up until right now for me, because I was checking some of the earnings plays. Not many. There's the BZ, there's the Billy, now the CTRN. ZH is another China stock that has earnings tomorrow. And on the downside, okay, now there are a couple more. There's the HIBB, and now we've got CRNC is an earnings play. CRNC, and this is almost a lifetime low, guys. CRNC is almost a lifetime low. Again, no volume. Again, why I wasn't seeing these earlier is I've got a minimum volume of 10,000 shares. So you can see it's just sneaking in now. And then Globus is another earnings play, just sneaking in. I don't care about that one, but CRNC could be interesting, as a short, of course. So this is not an all-time low, but I'm looking left here and it looks like we've got a low of 1409 right here. I don't know where the all-time low is, but it's very close. Let's go to my monthly chart. Yeah, looks like the all-time lows are down here, but this is way back in well, not way back, but I guess it started trading as CRNC. Maybe it's switched symbols. Like it started trading as CRNC back here in 2019, October of 2019. I don't think this was an IPO. In fact, I know it's not an IPO. Well, I shouldn't say that. Let's see, what was the high up here? Oh, maybe 141. What the heck did these guys do? Anyway, it could be an interesting short, guys. Gonna watch that one as it opens, CRNC. Again, it needs a lot of volume. The volume is, but it does trade. I mean, traded 500,000 shares yesterday. I'm sure it'll trade a lot today just because it's an earnings play. All right, let's see if briefing.com has come through yet. Interesting. Okay, nothing from briefing.com this morning. That's where I normally get my upgrades and downgrades at 9:10. Oh well. All right, let's take a look at the sectors. So I'm going to click on new from our toolbar, click on new and then docked channel bar. And then scroll down until I see sector status. And let's take a look. We've got a mildly positive open, basically neutral. All right, so we've obviously got a little move in oil overnight, obviously to the positive side. So what you're seeing here, if you're not familiar with this, these are the major sectors. So there's XLE, the major ETF for energy. These are the stocks that make up. Really, yeah, I didn't get it in my email today, China. I never go to their site. I usually just wait for it to get emailed to me, but okay. So what you're seeing here, these are the stocks that make up XLE. So when you see 95% in green, what does that mean? That means that 95% of the stocks that make up XLE are above yesterday's close. Okay, so usually that means there's been a little pop in oil or something. So when we look at the other sectors, I mean, tech, 69% of them, 60%, nothing startling. Again, the market's only up, a very, very modest amount, the SPY. But right now, energy, I guess we could say consumer discretionary, 72%. Now, somebody pointed out, we'll get the consumer confidence index. So Casa, was there anything from Goldman in terms of a big upgrade with a price target? That's kind of what I'm looking for, I should say, but thanks for that. And as always, let's take a look at these major sectors, where they are. So, energy is starting to drift down just a little bit, guys, just a little bit. Off these highs here. There's a 200-day moving average. Take a look at it. XRT. This will be a really big one. See if consumers are spending. So again, yesterday, you see what it did? It touched the 200-day moving average, but it's still just a little bit below. And consumer staples still above the 200-day, just kind of basing a bit. Healthcare, XLV. Let's take a look at XLV. Yeah, another, little move, little base, still above the 200-day moving average. Take a look at industrials, XLI. So a little bit of a downtick in industrials after that nice move, still above the 200-day moving average. Financials, XLF. Guys starting to sneak down towards that 200-day. This is the one that's definitely way below the 200-day moving average. Consumer discretionary. Okay, so that is still below that 200-day moving average. Materials, XLB. That one is inching down towards the 200-day moving average also. And here's technology. Yeah, it's starting to slide away. We've had it look like it was trying to get close to that 200-day moving average, but of course, we had the bad day yesterday. And of course, communication is still way underwater if you're looking at the 200-day moving average. And where are you? XLC? Hmm. Is that right? Is the 200-day way up here? 200-day moving average at 57.54. So it's all, I can't see it. That's the first time I can't see it on the daily chart. It's just above here. So it's still way below the 200-day moving average. So the question is, what are these black candles, bars? What are they? This is okay. Now everybody, here's your chance. You can talk to Michael again. So this is a new indicator. It's actually not a new indicator. Michael Noss at Trade Ideas, if you know Michael, he's created a lot of these indicators and in the Market Explorer, all these different scans. He created this one probably about 7 months ago and kind of forgot about it. And I discovered it just by, I don't know, I was going into my indicators, and I happened to see, you guys don't have it, okay? And I happened to see something called TI pattern recognition. And I thought, what the heck is that? So I loaded it, and so I asked him, what is this all about? So basically, and it's not available yet, okay? But Michael will be in the YouTube room between 12 and 1, and you can ask him all about it and when it's going to become available. But what it does is it's basically it's a ratio between bullish versus bearish candlestick patterns. So the higher the bar, that would mean that the bullish candlestick patterns are far greater than the bearish candlestick patterns. So if you start to see the bars increasing, now nothing is just an indicator. Nothing is 100%, of course, but that would be the theory. When the bars are increasing, that means there are more bullish versus bearish candlestick patterns. So I've been using this. How it's helped me if I'm in a trade already, and sometimes I can get a little bit jumpy, like most people, you can get a little bit jumpy when you're in a trade and you're making money, and then all of a sudden you see a bit of a downtick, and I will say, well, maybe I should take some out. How much should I take out? But if I see that the histogram is still rising, this is allowing me to keep in a trade a lot longer. Okay. Now, nothing is bulletproof. Okay. Just to let you know, there's no there's no 100%. Does it work 100% of the time? Of course not. The other way I've noticed that it can work is if you see a stock that is kind of consolidating and yet the histograms are very high. And yeah, I use the term, well, maybe something is kind of percolating under the surface that we're just not aware of yet. And then eventually, maybe we'll get the pop. So I have found, most of you probably know, I'm not a big indicator guy at all, at all, at all, at all. So, but I have found this one to be really interesting. Want to get short something, if I wanted to get short something, but I saw the histogram was still way high, it's going to give me pause. It doesn't mean again that it wouldn't be a successful short, but so, and again, when I take my break between 12 and 1 Eastern time, Michael will be in our YouTube room and you can ask him questions about this if you want. So here's this City Trends, guys, CTRN. And so it is an earnings play, one of the very, very few earnings plays right now. Volume is still very low. That I did see just from other reading about Roku. So Roku, again, long time bull on this stock, has decided that's enough is enough, and he has decided to downgrade Roku, ROKU. Okay, some volume coming back into ONCS, guys. I did not see any news on this one at all. Had a big pop. It's been an active stock on certain days. Remember this day up here got up to 651, closed at 4. Thank you, William. Yeah, less than a minute, guys. So I typically do not trade in the first 15 minutes. I try to let things settle down a little bit. And if I were new to trading, I wouldn't trade in the first until 30 minutes has gone by. And yes, I will miss the stocks that run right from the beginning, but I've just seen too many times. Here's Geo, guys, prison stock. Geo is moving a little bit here. Just too many times where stocks pop up and down so quickly in the first 5 to 15 minutes. You can get whipped out of a trade. So that's just the way I do it. You don't have to do the same thing, of course, but I tell you, if you're new to trading, there's no rush to get in. I think you might be the only one, Walt Barn, in our YouTube room. I know you came into the main room. You might have to do if you can hear me in YouTube, you might have to do a refresh or something. Hey guys, we're now open. Otherwise, I'd be getting so many people saying they couldn't hear me. So it's got to be on your end. So do a refresh. So a couple of China stocks. Here's LI. LI had a good day yesterday, actually. You know, it was better than the other two China EVs, XPEV and NIO. All right, so the market is basically open flat. Dow's down a little, Nas is up a little. The SPY is basically flat. Mentioned Geo. Geo is on the move here, guys. Geo is on the move. Yeah, it's a big move, actually. I just mentioned it just before the market opened. So Wedbush upgrades Geo. Price target to 14. Raise it to 30. you know, then we'll get interested. Yeah, there's the Billy. Billy, I say, is an earnings play. BILI, China earnings play. Now, let's see, where's the next high? Actually, it still has some room. 1547 is the next high looking left on the daily chart. But it is early. Now, let's take a look at KWeb. What is KWeb doing? KWeb is, it's hard to, well, I mean, there's a topping tail. Is this going to be a sell-off, a little bit of a sell-off with the market? Geo on the move. So on that Wedbush upgrade, it is definitely taking effect. Nice break out of the daily, on the daily. Fetch a little move here, FTCH. What sort of room does it have? Yeah, I mean, the next highs look like around 820 or so. And then after that, we've got 870. So it may get blocked between here and 830. Not the time, but the price. Okay, now here is his VIVK. So this is an interesting one, very interesting. So there's a 200-day moving average. They did release earnings. We don't have that. I don't know if they just sort of sprung an earnings surprise on us. I don't mean surprise as in the data, but just the fact that we don't have anything on the fact that we're going to release today. And it's an eye-catching headline, guys. Reports growth of 1,100%. I mean, 11 million from, I don't know, 800,000 or something, whatever they said. So, I mean, it's a pretty big headline. Will it be enough to really, really get this stock moving? It's a ton of volume now, guys, because this does not trade very much. 213,000 was the most it had traded over in the last several months. So it's already done 1 million shares. And this is VIVK. So what did it get to? Got up to 156 in the pre-market, 156 in the pre-market. So this is one that I was showing how to take a trade in the simulator yesterday, LJHL. I did not get out of the trade. Now, at one point, it was up $436. This is in the simulator. So I just exited for $100. So obviously not great. I actually was thinking of toying with the idea of getting rid of it in the pre-market. But I thought I would just leave it here so you guys could see that you can practice swing trading using our simulator. Okay, gambling stock, MLCO. Well, this VIVK, very interesting, guys. Lots of volume for it. I mean, this is huge, huge, huge volume for this company. 54 times normal right now, up to this time of day. And it's a low float, 10 million in the float. This is not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. Not that I want to short it, but always interesting to see if shorts are available. And I'm looking if shorts are available. Well, I mean, again, when I say they're not available, they could try to find them. Big fee rate, 124. All right, guys, VIVK, little mini, like a little move again. There's the pre-market highs, 156. There it goes. There it goes, guys. VIVK, there it goes. Zach is on top of that, Xanadu. He says usually it comes out within 10 minutes of the market open. You could probably go to their Twitter, go to Twitter to Spruce Point and just see if they've released it. Forgot to do one thing. There it is. In fact, it is out. It's out, guys. It is actually a Canadian stock, SAPI. Or SAP Toronto? It looks like this is a Canadian stock, unless this is trading. Yeah, this is a Canadian stock, SAP. So it's on Toronto, SAP. It's not. This is not a US stock. I don't think anyway. I don't know if I normally do that. Just give me a moment. I just want to make. Yeah, I don't think that this is a Canadian stock, SAP on Toronto. This is not the same SAP. I just thought I'd type in it to see what happened. All right, so VIVK came right back down. Actually thought it might thunder through, but it got up to 144 or so, and then it just came right back down. So far, still early. Yeah, I don't know. It's SAP on Toronto, so most of us won't trade that. Here's another earnings play, guys. Didn't see this in the pre-market. I guess the volume was just too low. Why? Another earnings play, another China. Sort of. Well, wait a minute. Singapore. Sorry, Singapore. So there's another earnings play. Why? How's Roku doing? ROKU. Roku's trying to have a bounce actually after that downgrade by their. I guess an analyst that has been following them for years and has been extremely bullish for years and years and years, and now he's switched. There's a pot for wow. Look at UPST guys. UPST. Look at the volume that came into UPST. There's hardly any volume in the pre-market. There's only about less than 20,000 shares in the pre-market. So UPST popping. Buy now, pay later. How's the firm doing? AFRM. Yeah, sort of popping too. Lots of volume coming into that company also. It's getting some bad data coming in. You just not bad data, no data sometimes. Reset. Big C, Big C. Look at this. Big C is on the move here. What sort of room does it have? Let's see, if it gets through 9, what happens? Next high is 930. So to me, there's just not enough room. I wish it were a clear shot to 1059 before we saw the next high. So for me, there's just not enough room. Okay, so I do see this one showing up on your scanner, Zach, the topping scanner, GDS, China stock. UPST, still strong guys, UPST. How's Man U doing? It's still had that struggle to get through 22 yesterday. Still below. CTLT, so had a bit of a drop to start, and it's come right back up. This is the big star from yesterday, CTLT. Had the big little bit of a drop, got down to 46, back up to 47.80. And the next high looking left is 48.91. So about $1 away from that high, CTLT. So YY 29.51. So yeah, so this has got a little bit of room. And another earnings play, Singapore. 1410 is the next high looking left for GDS. Well, I'm going to keep watching for the VIVK and see if it really wants to get going. I mean, that's a pretty eye-catching press release, earnings release, you'd say. IJA, yeah, Beam yesterday was a late bloomer. Beam yesterday was a late bloomer. Look at this move. Went from 16.79 up to $20 in the pre-market. Even this morning, didn't really see it this morning. I don't know why. So, Alan, in the YouTube room, are you trying to make some kind of a statement with the little pluses and the little icons that you're posting in there? Ah, you know what? ONON. Now, I thought I had a price alert set for, I do have a price alert set. In fact, boom, there it is. There it is. There's the price alert. And it just popped up. So through 19, the next high would be 1943. Of course, this was the Goldman kind of upgrade from last week. Kind of, sort of. What they did was they said we had a previous target of I'm going to say 38, and now it's 20. Now it's going to be 28, something like that. All right. Well, I'm not getting too many new alerts, guys. So I'm just going to start Peloton. How's Peloton doing? PTON? Yeah, still still inching its way back. It had a high yesterday of 1092. Well, so far a bit of a disappointment for the VIVK. I would have thought maybe that one would really, really surge with that float and the fact that it doesn't trade very much, earnings play. I mean, it's up 24%, but some of these can move 100, 200%. 200-day moving average was up here, 175, but I don't know. Just doesn't look like it's going to get going. All right, NRXP on the move here, guys, through the 200-day moving average. Didn't see this in the pre-market, really. Don't think it had much volume or something, or didn't move very much. Hadn't moved off its yesterday's close, but through the 200-day moving average. See if there's any news on this one. And I don't see any specific news for it. Terrible spread for YY. Well, it sort of tightened, but 29.12, 29.33. It went from 29.01 to 29.33. So, but it's tightening a little bit, but it's not a good spread for YY to try to take that trade. So if you're looking at it in the AI, it's a little bit tough to commit, but look at it now. I mean, 29.43, 29.65. This is an earnings play. But you got to be awfully careful because they can yank that bid just like that. So just be really careful. You mentioned a dividend for UCEA, didn't you, Zach? USEA, sorry. Oh boy, AVXL is weak, guys. Very, very, very weak. Was very weak yesterday. Saw this one yesterday through the 200-day, and it's continuing down, and I could not get the fill. Even though it's down only 3% today, that uptick rule is still in effect. The stock was down way over 10% yesterday, so the uptick rule is still in effect unless this goes positive today. And so I tried to get my fill. Well, maybe it's a good thing. Now it popped up on me, so maybe it's a good thing. I was trying to get a fill at 884. I'll keep an eye on it. What's the volume like? Well, guys, YY is romping here. I mean, at one point it got up to 29.82. So if you took this one from the AI, hopefully you traded some out. but it's incredibly whippy. All right, CRNC guys, it's got a little bit of room, I think. 1660 is the next high looking left, so this is an earnings play. Lots of volume coming in. The high yesterday was 1616, so it's basically right at the high of yesterday. Looks like there's a lot of resistance though, right around that 1660 to 1670 mark. Let's just look at that daily chart. So now, what is the spread on that one? Because that just jumped to 1650. Man, as I was talking, it just jumped. So the spread now is 1653, 1666. Well, I mean, if we get through this area, then the next high is 1788. All right, Ari yesterday, a little bit like the other one I was looking at, not quite as bad, but had a down day yesterday. A continuation, ARRY. Next low looking left is 2035, so that's far enough away. You want to take a shot at a short on this one. Let's see if it holds underneath 21. As the market continues to kind of drift down a little bit. There is a bottoming tail there. So this has got about $1 to the next high, NVAX. NVAX, got some news out of the WHO today that they're updating the emergency use listing for Novavax. Okay, so that was the news that caused the pop in the pre-market. But look at this. I mean, pretty wild action. Popped all the way up to what, 1775 and got all the way back down to 1637. But then the market, and that's the first 15-minute candle. So pretty erratic trading for the NVAX. China, oh, no, not China, sorry, Canada stock. Pipeline Transportation, TransCanada, I guess it used to be TransCanada Energy. So this is starting to move down, guys. I know this is showing up on Zach's bouncers. Well, that's too bad. I mean, when I was talking about this here and see it was at 1615, and all of a sudden it just jumped. It's still a spready thing, but it's boy, 1695, 1717. Is this shortable? It is shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. Because what's happening is coming into 1786 is the next high looking left. CRNC. But it is, I mean, it's a strong earnings play right now. But so the next high though is 1786. Now here's another earnings play, guys. One that just is snuck in. 346,000 shares, not a lot. 8 million in the float, super low float. Sort of a red, well, not sort of, a red bar ignored in the 15. You've got an uptrend. You've got that 945 red candle completely engulfed by the previous 15-minute candle. Then the next candle is green. So you look at it this way. You have an uptrend, a pause in the uptrend, and then a continuation. And this is an earnings play also through the 200-day moving average. But another one you've got to be really careful on. Like the volume is, I mean, the relative volume is huge, 23 times normal. Not a lot of volume though, absolute volume. But look at that float, 8 million in the float for a $28 stock. So I mean, this can be extremely whippy. Well, GDS is getting closer to your 14, Zach. I don't know if you're looking at it right now as a short. A couple little topping tails there. Yeah, well, so far so good on that short. You probably shorted it around the 1370 mark, maybe. So what's KWeb doing? Let's see. Is it tracking KWeb? GDS? Not really. It's I mean, KWeb is still relatively strong. It's about a topping tail there, but so GDS is just running out of steam, I guess, somewhat. Keep an eye on LI over, I guess, 1829 or so. Got up to 1860. That's that first 930 candle. Ooh, now we're getting a big topping tail on the SPY. So buyers tried to move this up. What time is it now? 10:04. So I mean, there's still 11 minutes for this to close. Let's take a look at Roku. Well, I mean, Roku, yeah, what a bounce. Kind of thumbing their nose at that analyst. Yeah, just getting a little bit of lag here, guys. I have to. So if you get something like that happening, just do a reset of your connection. Noticing that a couple of times today. So just do a reset. I mean, Roku could go positive. Next high is 56.20. Let's take a look at Geo from Shady, which was active early on. 1127. Okay, I see what you're looking at. This is an upgrade from Wedbush to $14, I think. Put a price target of 14. Manu, look at Manu, guys. MANU. It's getting, I think it's getting close. Yeah, starting to run a little bit here. Waited all day yesterday to see if it would take out 22 again. It just didn't want to do it. Of course, this is in the news, speculation that they're going to be sold. Strong speculation. Oh, man. What a move. Look at the CRNC now, guys. So the next high looking left was 1755. 1786. So maybe it's run out of steam, but it's strong. It's an earnings play. And, lots of volume coming in. Here's another one of those sneaky ones. HTOO started its move a few days ago. A little pullback here. HTOO. This is out of Ireland. Oops, not Ireland. It is Ireland. That is the Irish flag. I should know that. All right. Shady's Geo is starting to move a bit. Let's see if it takes out the pre-market or that 15. That's the first 15-minute candle. Okay, so see if it takes that out. Yeah, too bad. This API is sort of interesting. It's not a low float, but the next high looking left is 313. So it may couple areas it may stall right at 3 and then at 313. So not interested. Okay, Billy coming back, guys. BILI coming back. What's the next high looking left is 1547. What did we get up to today? 1525. All right, this could be interesting, guys. Look at the ARWR. I remember seeing this one yesterday drifting down. This is they released earnings after hours too. No action at all, none, zero in the pre-market. That's why I didn't see it. But 3126 is the high looking left, and then after that we've got 3376. So this has got a couple of dollars till the next high right now, and that is the ARWR. So it's got some room. Let's see if it can settle down in this area and then start to move. It's another one with these, kind of a messy spread a little bit, 31.35, 31.52. Hey guys, Billy has crawled back. BILI has crawled back. It's an earnings play. My issue with it is that 1547 is the next high looking left. I mean, if it can get through that, then 1653 is the next high, but it may just stall right around that 1540 mark. Hey, Dak, have you looked at COSM lately? To drive you crazy? Okay, Sava. Sava's on the move. So let's see what the next high looking left is. 3650 is the next high looking left. And then after that, 3648. So a couple of highs right around that 3650 mark. If it can get through that, your next highs are 40, a little over 40. So big area to try to take out. If it doesn't, though, it could turn into a nice short. And that's Sava. I'm going to stick an alert right about that 3647 mark and see what happens, see if it pops through. Histogram is definitely bullish on this one right now. I don't know, this GDS seems pretty strong still. Let's stick an alert at the high here and see if it takes it out. 1410 is the next high. Well, maybe. I mean, it's definitely having a struggle to get through that 1380. Good grief, look at this Hutu go. HTOO. All right, so the CRNC now, maybe, I mean, there's a little topping tail there, but there's also a bottoming tail there. A potential short. Right, got up to 1830. 1874 is the next high looking left. Haven't seen Dada for a long time. DADA, China stock, of course, was a huge IPO at one point. Huge names behind it. All right, there's GDS, guys. So it is still pretty strong. Ah, we have a halt. We finally have a halt today. DBGI, the one from yesterday, one of the ones from yesterday, it was went crazy. So this one just got halted. DBGI just got halted. Remember PIK? We used to see this one all the time. PIK. Back in these days, got up to what, 207? Wasn't this something this was something to do with Disney, I think. So some volume coming in to PIK. This is a ridiculously low float, 188,000. I want to do a check on another site and just check to see what others have for a float there. That is really crazy, crazy low. So Yahoo's got 2.6 million. So FinViz 1 million, Ameritrade 1 million. So our float, our provider has whatever it is, it's very low, but it's not, it doesn't look like it's 188,000, but that's what our provider has. But whatever it is, it's very low. Okay, guys, ARWR may be struggling right here. Some topping tails. ARWR, it looks like it's struggling right around 31. It's an earnings play. All right, there's your Geo Shady. Just made a new high. for 3134. So 3134 was the next high looking left for ARWR, I think. 3126 and 30. Yeah, so it got up a little bit above those levels, but we've got a couple of topping tails here. So there's the VWAP. There's the VWAP, 3044. So, I mean, if you were looking to short this, I'd probably wait to see if it could take out the VWAP, 3044. When I say you, I'm talking about anybody who's looking at a potential short on this one. The VWAP looks like it's trying to hold though. ARWR. Can you not see my screen? I guess you don't have my screen. Okay. But it's holding the VWAP. Right now, it is holding the VWAP, 3044. A nice call by Shady on the Geo. 1145 now. Good, great call by Shady on the Geo. All right, DBGI just opened, guys. DBGI just opened. And let's see, it got through the halt. 731 was the halt. And what did it get up to yesterday? Again, very whippy. 946 it got up to yesterday. And there's no news on this one, as far as I can see. There's never any news. It's just doing its thing. I'm talking about DBGI. I like to see my screen. I think that's just it's a good question. I mean, I think it's just a selection within the you obviously can post here. There's just a selection to see my screen, I guess. Never really thought about that. I guess I thought it was automatic. Maybe somebody can help. I'm not sure. I thought it was somewhat automatic. There must be a gear, something in the gear, maybe. How to see my screen, Dwayne? So you're in the room. Must be a selection in order to see my screen, I guess. I just thought it was automatic and you had to make a decision not to. So if you can help Algo Quant, that'd be great. All right, guys, DBGI on the move somewhat. Yeah, I thought it was automatic. Yeah. Give me a pop. Okay, from the AI, Billy is turned around, but I just think there might be too much resistance not that far away. All right, guys, DBGI kind of basing here. Maybe a pop through 750 might get it going. The volume coming in. I'm talking about DBGI. The histo is increasing here. Okay, the market's putting in a nice green candle now, guys. Let's see if there's how that bounce play from Zach, 4609. Nope, not really. I mean, it bounced a little, but it's on its way down again. I'm really interested in DBGI if it can get back into the 760s or high 750s. Just because of what happened yesterday. That's the only reason. Not because I love I know nothing about this company. Okay, I mean I can read what it does, but that's irrelevant. It's just a matter of what it did yesterday. Got up to 930, and it's a crazy low float. So share size accordingly. There it goes. But that spread, I mean, 742, 754. I mean, the spread is just not great for a $7 stock. Just teasing right around that 750 mark, guys. DBGI. Nice call by Shady on the Geo. Great call, Shady. He said 1127, if I can remember. This is moving on the Wedbush upgrade to 14. All right, so this is still strong. The ARWR, in fact, I mean, it's got some room. 33.76, so it's got a couple of dollars to the next high. So that VWAP held. You can see that 15-minute candle, the previous one, it held. So this is strong and it's an earnings play, one of the few earnings plays today. ARWR. So you're behind Algo Quant, okay? You might have to do a refresh because I'm not on Geo anymore. I'm on ARWR. That is the chart you should be seeing. So you probably have to do a refresh of some sort. All right, guys. Well, Billy, now this is 1547, so it's above that high, a little bit above that high, right at that high. The next high looking left is 1653. So, I mean, if it can maintain this level, this is an earnings play, then it's got about $1 to the next high for Billy. Don't like that spread for ARWR. I mean, it goes from 20, 25 cents, 30 cents sometimes. So, but it's strong and it's got the room, ARWR. All right, so DBGI did not do it. So I was holding out for high 750s and it just didn't get there, or did briefly, but it just came right back down. So I'm going to forget about DBGI. I do see snacks. It is showing up here. Yeah, lots of volume through the 200-day moving average. Low float, 14.5 million, but we're in chase mode. And look at the histogram. Interestingly, the histogram is kind of telling us that the bearish candlestick patterns are outweighing the bullish ones right now, even though it is accelerating as we speak. And this is shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. It might be a little too late. It's so cheap to short, but I mean, realistically, make it back down to $1. Just looking to see if there's any news on this one. I don't see any specific news for it, for snacks. I don't see any specific news. For BZ, yeah, sure. Yeah, drifting down. Drifting down. So, I mean, again, in theory, kind of showing you that, the bearish candles are starting to take control over the bullish ones. Again, it's, nothing. So when you're saying you sound like you're in this one. So that's not what you wanted to hear or see. Well, I mean, listen, it could still do it. I mean, never mind the histogram, but I mean, if it takes out 1730 or so, lots of action right there in the 15-minute chart, maybe, because I mean, the high was way up here at 18, so it certainly has the room. But, the histo is not telling us that the bullish candles are in favor right now. Well, let's see. This takes out 17. Now the only issue here is there's the well, the VWAP is it's below the VWAP also. I mean, there's another issue below the VWAP. There's the VWAP at 1717. So we would have to take that out also. And I'm talking about the BZ, BZ, okay? And it's kind of looking like it's going through that 8 EMA in the 15-minute chart. Will that hold it? If not, it's going to turn into a no, not a bad short. I mean, it looks like there's some support right around that 1678 mark, though. So I don't know how much, really, realistically, if you shorted this one, where's it going to go? So I'd probably, be looking to see if it could really take out that 1717. So why not stick an alert, 1726 or so? Though that histo is certainly dropping. Well, there's a real fight for at 17 for BZ right now. Real fight. All right. I mean, I suppose we should keep watching VIVK just in case later on in the day. Okay, VIVK is actually an earnings play. I mean, when you look at the press release, the earnings release, I mean, it's very eye catching. A lot of volume. Look how I mean, look at this daily chart. Look at this volume bar right there. I mean, there's the biggest one before today, and that was only what 200,000 or so. Yeah, 213,000. We're trading 3.8 million shares today. So I mean, it's having a huge volume day. I mean, it's moved 18%, but you would have thought this would really move a lot more percentage wise because of that float. You're just not doing it. I mean, the 200-day moving average is certainly far enough away, 175 or so, 179. All right, guys, BZ looks like it wants to give up 16 or 17 now. Or not. So the same issue The VWAP for VIVK is at 127, so there it is. It's at 121. You know, if it pop ahead, so what I'm going to do, I'm going to stick an alert around 130, 131. Stick an alert above the VWAP, see if it takes it out and starts to move from there. Ooh, CINC. We saw that. Wow. Yeah, this one got hammered yesterday. On the way down again, a lifetime low, guys. CINC, lifetime low. This is showing up on my 10-day daily breakdown. So again, this is a lifetime low. All right, so BZ held 17. So again, the key area would be that the VWAP around 1717, I think. So CINC weakening, weakening, weakening. Lifetime low. These are not recommendations. Okay, these are I'm pointing things out. Okay, I'm not recommending that you should short CINC or anything like that. Okay, it's just I'm pointing some opportunities. That's all they are. I just want to make sure everybody understands. I'm not telling anybody to do anything. I'm just pointing out opportunities. You know, if you decide, if you like what I'm saying in terms of I mean, the CI, I mean, you know, I love the ones that are lifetime lows. Why? Because there's nothing holding it up. I'm not saying I don't know where this is going, but all right, guys, I'm a little bit late in talking about trade ideas. Got it kind of wrapped up in everything. So just give me a moment here as I check some of the stuff happening internally. Okay, so there's the BZ, guys. There's the BZ. It has come back. The VWAP, very important, 1716. So, I mean, the histogram is only, it's just an indicator, doesn't, it's not the absolute 100%. Give me a moment. In fact, the histogram is starting to move a little higher here. I mean, there's the VWAP, 1716. If it takes the VWAP out, this could have another run. It is an earnings play. And it did get high of 18. And that's the 930. That was the 930 opening candle. Okay, so first of all, if you're new to the room, welcome to the room. This is the format, Monday to Friday between 8 a.m. and 3:30 p.m. Eastern Time. My name is Barry Anderson, and I do work for Trade Ideas. People ask me that. So I hope everybody took advantage of the 30% off, because guess what? I'm a little surprised, but it's no more. We're back to 15% off. Okay, so before I continue, so Sam in our YouTube room asked, do I have a scan for all-time high and low? Not exactly a scan, but it's very, very simple to have a top list, which is going to show you stocks near the all-time high or low. But I think I may have something. Let me just see if I top list. So yeah, here's one like lifetime lows. Very, very simple to do though, okay? We have a position in lifetime range. So I've got lifetime lows and I probably have lifetime highs. I mean, I could give these to you and that'll show you stocks that are near their lifetime lows and near their lifetime highs. Probably not too many of the lifetime highs, but it's just using the position in lifetime range. So again, if you want it, I'll just, so this is, shoot, this is the lifetime lows, share, okay. Then lifetime highs will be above it, share, okay. Okay. Okay, guys, so I put my homepage link in and lots of information there. Now, again, I hope most people took advantage of the 30% off if you did want to take out a subscription, because now we're back to the 15. Now, obviously, there'll probably be another one in December around Christmas, but right now it's just 15%. Just going to show you how much Trade Ideas costs. We have 4 plans, annual, monthly, premium, standard. So annual premium is 2,000 less the 15%, and the annual standard is 1,000 less the 15%. You don't have to go annual. In fact, my recommendation is start off monthly. Make sure you want the program. 118, 228 less the 15% for the first month only. If you maintain a monthly subscription, this is what you'll pay going forward. At any time, though, if you do want to upgrade or get an annual, we'll honor the 15%. I don't like to say upgrade because I mean, there's so many of our customers just go month to month, and that's fine. And the big difference is the AI. AI's had some interesting, I mean, YY and Billy have been, you know, interesting trades. And that's what the AI looks like. Basically, you have an entry and you have a stop. How you trade it will be up to you. Just give me a moment, please. Okay, so that's the pricing now. If you do take out a subscription, you must do this. Let's get started. Okay, mandatory. It starts off with a download and installation, your first startup and login, toolbar and right-click magic, etc. It's about 30 minutes long, 10 videos. I do a stock of the day video. You can sign up for it right here. And that, of course, is free. Trade of the week. How's it doing? Trade of the week. It's sent to you about an hour before the market opens every Monday morning. It's clean energy, right? CLNE. Let's see what it's doing. So I discount the pre-market or anything like that. So I don't think this is triggered. No, the 640 is the trigger. So it still has not triggered. Certainly didn't trigger yesterday. Okay, but it's close. How you trade it is up to you, of course. These are designed for longer term holds, but the trigger is 640, and I don't count the pre-market, so it has not triggered. Education, big education section. So here's our user guide. There is the getting started again, okay? Now, at the very least, you should know what an alert window is, the A window, a top list window is, the T window, and about stock racing, okay? At the very, very least. Now, obviously, there's other information, how to create a price alert on a chart and put a sound alert on your different windows. So when you hear a sound, you know which window to look at, etc. But, get these down first. Alert windows, top list windows, and stock racing. Here's that getting started. So today's your day to grill Michael Noss. He'll be in our YouTube room between 12 and 1. That's when I take a break. And you can ask him about his histo, this indicator that you see here, the black bars. You can also ask him. He's the creator of all of these. If you click on new and then click on Market Explorer and then select strategy, here are all the scans that he created. Now they're not customizable. Okay, but he's got a lot of scans here, and you can ask him about that. Daily webinars, there is, I guess there's one today. I think we're in the Tuesday, Thursday rotation this week. Next week, it'll be Monday, Wednesday. You can sign up for them all right here. Back to basics. I mentioned Michael Noss. He created this great little series, okay? All free. It's a free resource. If you're new to trading, introduction to charts and candlestick support and resistance, etc. Okay? And my scans. Here are my scans. So this is what I use in the pre-market. The pre-market act is up and down. Those are the two races that you see. These two races right there. They're right here. I mentioned the 10-day daily breakdown, which gave us CINC. You'll hear me talk about Zacks, bouncers, and toppers. I've got a momentum scan, etc. So you can take a look at all these. So if you are going to take out a subscription, I would appreciate it if you use my link. Okay, and the room gets credit. I do get something out of it also. So if you do take out a subscription, please use my link. But also, if you save my link, you'll have access to the scans. I do change them up from time to time. And the big education section. What I've tried to do, instead of you having to go to our homepage and scour for things, I've tried to create my own homepage. And so most of the information I think that you probably want to see is going to be on my homepage. So save my link, and then you have access to all of that. Hey guys, there it goes through that VWAP. BZ, 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 busy, busy. So what is Trade Ideas? We're a scanner. That's what we do. We scan the US stock market. We're different from a screener. I'll explain the difference. Doesn't matter where you live in the world, doesn't matter who your broker is, you can use Trade Ideas. So I showed you that I'm sharing my scans. We also have a lot of scans that we have created up here. If you click on new from our toolbar and then click on docked channel bar. I'm going to go to the momentum channel. These are all theme-based channels. This is an example of a scan right here, star. Oh, no, sorry, this is a momentum scan. Star just appeared at 10 right now, I guess. Why did it appear? Well, let's take a look. My scans, and any scan that you see, if you right click and then click on configure and then summary, you'll see what it's looking for. And again, I have to reiterate, I'm not trying to show you everything about trade ideas. I'm just showing you a brief overview. All of this is in the guide. So this is the screening aspect. Lots of screeners out there, okay? But again, we're more than a screener. So, but this is the screening aspect. So if a stock is between $1 and $50, current volume is at least 3, meaning it's trading 3 times normal up to this time of day, almost 11 o'clock. 100,000 shares minimum. These are the two key metrics here. 1,000% of normal volume in the last minute and 400 in the last 5 minutes. Okay, that's what gives us the momentum. So if all of these filters or screen values are met and the stock makes a new high for the day, we get a real-time alert. That's why we got an alert for Star at 10:56 and the price was 10:01. So if I click on it, you'll see right here, you'll probably see a bit of a volume burst. I don't have a 5-minute chart or a 2 or a 1 minute, but you can kind of see the volume burst on the 15. So if you like, now this is a scan that I'm sharing, but all I'm trying to show you right now though is you can go to the different channels and extract scans that you might like. And you're only going to know by right clicking, configure, summary to see what it's looking for. So if you like the idea of this one, you'd right click and you duplicate it into a free floating window. Basically what you're doing there is you're taking it out of this layout. You're just taking it out of the layout. And here it is. It popped up on one of my other monitors. So here it is, free floating. Okay. So if you like this scan exactly the way it is, the only step before you save it to your cloud is I would right click and go to symbol linking. And you see where it says docked window, it's checked. Check the link to all. So the reason why when you click on an alert, in the channel, it's going to load in the two charts that we have within the channel. So it would not load if you have charts of your own. It will not load there. Most of the time, I think that people want to, be able to. If you have this scan in your layout, you want to be able to click on it, and it's going to load into your charts. So that's why you just have to do that one step, symbol linking, and then link to all. So that means it's going to, when you click on the link, it'll load into your charts. So if you like it the way it is, save it to the cloud after you've done that symbol linking change. Or you might look at it and go, wow, I like the concept, but don't like the price range, as an example. Come on. Just give me a moment here. Just having little data issues today. Let me just do a reset. Here we go. So again, here's your summary. So, I mean, if you liked, again, the concept, but you don't like the price range, no problem. Just change it. Okay, you see the price is 1 to 50. I'm going to change it to 10 and 100. Okay, and I'd say okay. So now you'll see it's now 10 and 100. I say okay. Boom. So now you can save it to the cloud. Okay, once you've made your change. So if you like it exactly the way it is, just make the link, the symbol link different. Make it sure you link to all, or you can make a change before you save it to the cloud. And then you just right click, save or share to cloud, and save it. So now it's in your cloud. So the exercise right now is you can go to different channels and you can start extracting scans that you might like, save them to your cloud, and then bring them back one by one to your layout. But I do caution you, do not have so many alert windows, so many top list windows up and running and getting alerts left and right all day long, clicking like mad, you'll get nothing done. Okay. We have a swing trading channel, the alternative contrarian. I mean, swing trading in this environment, I don't think it's that easy, but we do have a swing trading channel. You can take a look at that. If you click on new and again, dock channel bar and swing picks, okay, you can take a look at that. But the other thing I would say is that if you had a stock that was moving today, okay, and you were interested in that stock, if it closing well, probably like near the highs of the day, and if you looked left and you didn't see a lot of resistance, you could say, okay, I'm going to swing it. It's up to you. So a lot of the stocks that we see today, I'm not a swing trader, I'm not a big swing trader, but a lot of the stocks could easily, you look at that and go, wow, okay, it's got lots of room. It's very positive today. Maybe I'll swing it. But again, we do have that swing trading channel, so you can take a look at that. I'm talking to somebody in our YouTube room. Now, if you want to create your own scans, of course you can. Right click, configure, and this time click on summary, search. So when you see these icons, these are all our real-time alert icons, okay? So new high, new low, etc. I'm not going to go over them all, of course, but these are all the real-time alerts that we have. Scrolling down, when you see these icons, these are our filters. So do not get hung up on how many we have. You do not have to learn them all. Why do we have so many? When the company started in 2003, they figured that most people would not want to have to learn a programming language in order to create their own scan. So they tried to create enough alerts, enough filters for the vast majority of our customers. They could combine them to give them the type of scan they're looking for. So again, do not get hung up on how many we've got. You don't have to learn them all. So let me talk a little bit about the racing that you see here. Well, guys, how'd that BZ turn out for you? Notice I don't tell anybody to take the trade. I point out the opportunity. I point out what I see. And if it makes sense, if you have a trading, and by the way, if you go and listen to Michael between 12 and 1, he's going to really nag at you and to say you've got to have a trading plan. You have to have an idea about what you want to trade, when you can trade. I mean, can you sit in front of a computer screen all day long, or are you only there for an hour? Maybe you're on the West Coast and you have a real job, but you can trade in the first hour, an hour and a half. All sorts of things coming into making up a trading plan. Do you consider yourself more of a swing trader or a momentum type trader, or would you like to trade pullbacks? You'll never know until you practice trading. Nobody knows going into it, well, yeah, I'm going to be a momentum trader, not even knowing what that means. Okay, so, but he's going to, if you go, again, between 12 and 1, he'll be there. I usually have an over under on how many times he says you must have a trading plan. I kid him about it, but it's so true. Most people, you just can't go into, well, I think I'll take this trade. Why? I don't know. It looks good. So a plan could be, I kept talking about the VWAP on the BZ. The plan could have been, well, I'm going to wait for it either one way or the other. It's going to break down below the VWAP or it's going to break above it. And I'll see, if it breaks above the VWAP, maybe I want to take that trade. You could be, or like Steve Gomez at Trade Ideas, he's a big proponent of the 10 SMA on the 15-minute chart, so you might be thinking, okay, I'm going to wait for a stock to come down to the 10 SMA on a 15-minute chart and see what happens here. Will it bounce or will it go through it? You won't know until it happens, of course, and then you can make up your mind. If it bounces, then that might be a trading plan. So let me talk about the races, why I think they're important, especially if you're new to trading and even Trade Ideas, because it'll get you to focus just on a few stocks over the course of the day. So if I right click on this race right here, the biggest gainers from the open, and again, I am sharing both of them. I'm going to open the top list. So all races start from a top list. You notice if I right click, it says launch real-time stock race, okay? So before we had races, this was the function of a top list. So if you wanted to see stocks that were biggest change from the close, if you had the column header and you say, I've got it, change from the close is up here. As long as you have a column header that you can sort on, then that's what you can do. You can sort on it. So I double left clicked and I can see that snacks is up 24% from yesterday's close, CTRN, etc. So it's ranking them, it's listing them. If I do change from the open, CRNC, 27% from today's opening trade. So here's a list, but what do you do with it? How do you use it? How to use it to trade? And that's where the races come in. I mean, I could stare at CRNC at 27.6 and see if it starts to change to, to 28, to 29, to 30, but that'd be crazy to have to do that. Or what if CTRN down here at 6.6? What if it all of a sudden, for whatever reason, starts to move? Now it's at 7, now it's at 8, now it's at 10, now it's at 15. You'd never know. It's a huge list of stocks. So that's where the races come in. In this particular race, got some lagging going on here. Give me a moment. Okay, so in this race, if the stock is between $1 and $50 and it has at least 200,000 shares that is traded and it's up 2% from yesterday's close, if all these filter requirements are met, what's going to happen is this. I'm running 4-minute races. I just chose 4 minutes. You can choose whatever time you want, but I chose 4-minute races. I'm almost 3 minutes into this race. Okay, another 9 seconds. I'll be 3 minutes into this race. So what does this mean up here? Snacks at the top. When the race started, from the time the race started, this is the stock that has moved the most since the race started. Now you can see right off the bat, there's jockeying for position over the course of the race. Something all of a sudden out of nowhere could scoot right to the top. And that's what I'm saying. You'd never know if one of these ones down here all of a sudden started to move. You'd never know that. And so you'll never miss, as long as the stock meets their filter requirements, $1 in $50, 200,000 shares, up 2%, you'll see the stocks that are moving the most meeting those filter requirements. Now you can see right now, I mean, nothing startling here, 0.86%, no big deal. But what happens is when this race is over, there'll be a winner declared. And obviously the winner will be the top stock, the one that moved the most. Let's see what happens. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Okay, so USEA won that race. Okay. Now, what happens is it automatically creates a watch list for you. A top 10 watch list for you, made up of the stocks that have won the most races over the course of the day. So VIVK won 4 races, CRNC won 3 races, etc. So this gives you a great list of stocks just to concentrate on all day long. So you might look at NVAX. It only won 1 race, okay? But click on it, see what it's doing. You look at this and go, okay. I wish I clicked on it a little bit earlier because there's the VWAP. I might have said, you know what, if it breaks down through that VWAP, I want to know about it. I might short it. Okay. NRXP holding the VWAP. So you might look at this one and go, well, you know what? If it gets over 150, put a price alert. Maybe I want to know about it, and maybe I'll take the trade. Looking left to see what sort of room it's got. That's why you got to practice trading, guys. But this gives you a great watch list. So you don't have to, because one of the biggest problems when you're new is, well, I have no idea what to look at. I have no idea. I'm seeing all these symbols flashing by, and I have no idea how to trade them. That's a different issue, but I have no idea what to concentrate on. This gives you focus, gives you a top 10 list to focus on. Okay. As begin your journey of being a trader. This list over here, it's similar. You will not see stocks typically making high percentage moves, because what I did here was I put a minimum market cap of 500 million and a minimum float of 50 million shares. Okay. So typically you will not see stocks moving in like huge percentages. Doesn't mean they're not good to watch. I mean, look at Geo. Great call by Shady early. 1127, I think, was this call. So if you're new to trading, this might be a better place to start, just because these stocks are not as volatile. These ones can really move up and down pretty quickly. They're probably a little more exciting to trade, but these are a little more steady. And of course, you can create your own races. I mean, I'm just giving you a couple, based on the top list that I have. But you may want to look at stocks in a different price range, maybe a different minimum volume, or add some filters in as you get used to using trade ideas to create your own race. You can create a race based on stocks that you like to follow. You may have a basket of, I don't know, 20, 30, 40 stocks that you like to follow every single day. And you could create a race just on those stocks. All right, guys. So now I want to talk a little bit about this window, this Brokerage Plus window, this big blue screen. Now, another thing I should always mention, if you're using our web-based version, racing is not available, okay? Neither is this window that we call Brokerage Plus. So, I mean, if you have a choice, the only reason people should be using the web-based version is if they have a Mac and they're not willing to use something like Parallels, an emulation program, or they don't want to use something like AWS, Amazon Web Services, or Microsoft's version. Okay, that's the only reason. But if you've got a if you got a PC, absolutely use our downloadable application. Okay, do not use the web-based version. I mean, there's nothing wrong with it, except it's just not fully featured. I'll put the link in called Brokerage Plus, and you'll notice that there are two videos. There's a short video. If you have an Interactive Brokers account or an E-Trade account, shows you how you can use this window to trade from within trade ideas. You have to have an IB or E-Trade account. Please don't ask me about any other brokerages. I have no idea when or if we'll add any. Okay? So right now it's just IB, Interactive Brokers, and E-Trade. The second video goes into a lot more detail about how you can use it. And how I like to demonstrate its use, though, is as a simulator. I cannot emphasize enough that if you're new to trading, don't trade live until you've practiced in the simulator. Whether you use ours or some other form of simulation. But, our simulator uses our real-time data. You don't even need a broker. So if you haven't so undecided about who your broker is going to be, but you do want to practice trading, no problem. You can use our simulator. All you need is our standard service. And this is what it would look like. So if you click on New from the toolbar and then click on Brokerage Plus, this is the window that will show up. All this is in the guide, okay? But this is the window that will show up. It will say not connected right beside the ask box. It'll say not connected. Now, if you don't see that, that's just because you just have to grab the right-hand corner and stretch out the window, okay? So it'll say not connected. So then you click on Sim for simulation, trading, simulator. It'll change to account. Click on account and then trading, simulated trading default will show up. Now you're in a simulator. Now you can practice. Why we see this one here is I was just demonstrating how you can use it. And so I took this trade yesterday, LGHL, and I kept it overnight. And I got rid of, I actually should have got rid of it in the pre-market, but I wanted to show you, how you get out of a trade. So I highlighted and I flattened it and got out of the trade basically when the market opened. But at one point I was up 238 and exited for 100 in the simulator. So if you take a trade in the simulator and you don't exit the trade at the end of the day, that's how you can practice swing trading. I guess we have to pay more attention to Wedbush upgrades too. I mean, I didn't think that upgrade was going to be that big a deal for Geo, to be honest. Only because it was only 14, If it had been like 20 or 22 or 30. But look at this market. So easy to do, just click on an alert. The symbol will show up right here. You pick how many shares you want to trade. Click the buy button and then send it. So let's take a trade here in this MMAT. Today's the day I'll go over a little bit about money management. Okay, I'm going to take 500 shares. I'm going to go in at the market. It's only 194, 195, so the spread is okay. I click the buy button and then I click send. Okay, so you'll see it appear here. So it took the trade at 195. I'm going to put a stop at 175. I'm explaining why I'm doing this. I'm just trying to make the math super simple. So the way I trade is I will have a checklist, okay? And unless I can check every box, I will not take a trade. Doesn't matter what my checklist is, okay? I mean, some of the things are already covered in the scans. In other words, I'm not going to see something outside of the price range that I'm comfortable or minimum volume and things like that. It doesn't matter what my checklist is. You have to develop your own style. But things like that probably come into play. I mean, do you want to trade $1,000 stock? Maybe not. Maybe you want to specialize in stocks under $10. I don't know. So assuming I can check everything though, then I'll take the trade. So that's step number one. But before I take the trade, I know where I'm going to get out of the trade if it's not working. Just because I take a trade, and I think it's going to work, doesn't necessarily mean it's going to work, of course. So there's where your stop comes into play. And so my stop, of course, is always going to be, for me, it's going to be based typically maybe on a 15-minute chart where I think there is some support. So if it broke down through that support area, I want to be out of the trade. If I were new to trading though, because support, people say, well, what, support and resistance, where is it? My idea of where support is or resistance is could be very different from other people's. It's not, there's no 100%. However, this is 100%. If you use maybe the low of the previous 5-minute candle, which is a defined number as your stop, practice doing that. There's no guesswork then. So having a stop. Now, the next step is though, okay, if the trade doesn't work, how much am I actually willing to lose on the trade? Now, that's going to be dictated by your account size. If you've got a $5,000 account, hopefully it makes sense. So you should not be risking $1,000 a trade. Okay. So in the simulator, I'm always demonstrating a risk of $500 when I do it this way. $100 a trade. That's why, to make the math simple, I put my stop at 175, which is 20 cents away, okay, from my entry. And notice I took 500 shares. Why? Because if I divide 20 cents into 100 that I'm willing to risk, I get 500 shares. Conversely, if I get stopped out 20 cents down below and I have 500 shares, 500 times 20 cents equals $100. So that's what I'm willing to risk on the trade. Now, the way I trade, I don't vary my risk. In other words, I'm not risking $1,000 one trade, 500 the next, 50 the next. Within reason, I try to keep my risk amount about the same every trade. So I always am going to know where my stop is. And so maybe it makes sense now. I'm not always taking the same number of shares per trade. It's going to be defined by my difference in my entry and my stop, and then dividing that into how much I'm going to risk. Now you can set up an Excel spreadsheet, as long as your risk is the same every trade. You can set up an Excel spreadsheet. So you just type in your entry and your stop, and it'll automatically calculate how many shares you should take. But that's why you got to practice. Next step, obey your stop. Sometimes it's really hard to obey your stop. You cannot believe it's not working. There's all sorts of reasons for not believing: ego, stubbornness, and just you can't believe it. Maybe there's even great news. News is not one reason why I take a trade, but maybe as a bonus, there's great news, great press release, great earnings. Everything is great. Room is talking about it. Everybody loves it, and it's not working. You can't believe it. So you disobey your stop. And that $100 loss turns into $200, $300, $400, $500 before you finally give up and you sell, and you kick yourself for not obeying your stop. And you guys know what's coming next. Almost as bad though is not obeying your stop, being down $300, $400, $500,000, and then it does turn around. Now you're up to 300, and you're really happy you didn't obey your stop. Can that happen? Of course it can. But in my experience, if you want to not destroy your account, not obeying your stop is probably you're on the fast track to poor money management technique. You can always get back into a trade. Commissions are so cheap now. So that's not an excuse for, well, I don't want to pay the commissions. They're either, even IB at that horrible half a cent a share. But, commissions are so cheap. That's not an excuse for saying, not getting out of a trade. A lot of reasons why a trade might not work. Maybe, who knows, maybe it was a little market dependent, the trade. Maybe all of a sudden the market took a turn on you. There's all sorts of factors, but it could set up later on. You could get back into the trade later on if it sets up sort of the same way. Okay, guys, that's it. That's my soapbox. Practice trading, guys. Now, I get a question a lot. Well, how long is it going to take? I have no idea. You could spend 3 months, 6 months, a year in a simulator before you feel comfortable. I know that's not what you want to hear. You want to hear that, oh yeah, a couple of weeks, learn trade ideas, and I'll be good to go. More than likely not. Till you can make money in a simulator, forget about trying to trade live. It's funny, I had an email a long time ago complaining about me, saying I was a real downer. The guy is still around, but that's because I'm just trying to be honest. Okay, I'm not trying to dissuade anybody from trading, but you have to be real about all this. Trading is not easy. You got to spend the time. We're a great tool. We're a great idea generator. And of course, I think we really pride ourselves on the amount of support that we have. I mean, you've got me talking to you between, well, I get on the mic at 9, go to 3:30, except for the hour break. But in that hour break between 12 and 1 of the other traders takes over in our YouTube room. You can always head over there. They have a different take on the market than I do. So I think we have a lot of support. So BZ worked for a while, guys, but boy, now it really turned around. And with the market, see what happened to the market through the two. Excuse me. So there you go. I mean, if you're a VWAP follower, you had an option to take it on the pop. No, it wasn't too bad. I think the VWAP at the time was 1717 or 16. And now look at it though. All right. So in about half an hour, I say I'll be taking my break. I just want to confirm it will be Michael. Sometimes they do switch up, so I just want to make sure it is Michael. Take a look at Dash from Shady. Oops, Dash from Shady. Yeah, you guys experiencing a little bit of what I'm experiencing today? I mean, I can do this reset the account. Haven't had that for a long time. Jay. All right, let's take a look at what's happening in these races, see if there's anything interesting. So there's the Novavax holding the VWAP, guys, holding the VWAP, 1748, holding the VWAP. Been pretty choppy though. I mean, it doesn't, to me, it's not a great looking 15-minute chart with the topping tails and bottoming tails. So yeah, Manu keeps keeps flirting with that 22, doesn't it? MANU keeps flirting with that 22 level. So D-Lo is making a little bit of a move here, guys. This D-Lo, if you recall, a couple of weeks ago, got slammed down. It recovered a bit, kind of basing a bit. Yesterday's high was 1468. So it's got some room if it wants to keep moving. What's the volume like? Yeah, so the relative volume is not great. All right, guys, give me one moment. I'll be right back. All right, guys, I'm back. Ooh, SHC. This was a flyer from a few days ago, got all the way up to 9 something, but starting to drift down a little bit here. Boy, you can see if this takes out that 765 at some point, I mean, look below. So I'm going to stick a price alert in that area. 765. I'm going to stick a price alert, the low of that day that it had the big surge, 765, and see if it takes it out. May not happen today, may never happen, but if it does, I want to know about it because it could start to fill in down here. And the answer is yes. Michael will be in our YouTube room between 12 and 1. So in about 25 minutes from now, when I go on my break, you can listen to Michael. Before I take my break, I'll put the YouTube link in to the main room so you can head over there and listen to Michael. Okay, give me a moment, please. I'll be right back. Okay, guys, give me about 5 minutes. I'll be right back in about 5 minutes. Guys, I'm back. All right, I see GDS is making another little run, guys, and it held the VWAP. GDS held the VWAP, didn't really have the big collapse. And again, looking left, 1344, so that's taken care of. 1410, so again, that 14 might be really tough to get through for the GDS. China education stock, guys. EDU on the move here. China education stock, EDU. And the next high looking left, 2711. So it's close to that high. If it can take that out, 2830. So, keep an eye on that 2711 mark. Let's take a look at TAL, which usually trades along with it. Not really. So EDU, for whatever reason, see if there's any specific reason for it other than take a look at KWeb. Is the China ETF up, moving higher? Not really. So EDU is kind of trading on its own. EDU kind of trading on its own. I'd be putting an alert right here at 2711 and see if it takes that out, because it has room then. Looking left, 2830. It's in the top scan too as a short. Okay. This was showing up in another scan I've got. Well, it's coming into that 27.11, and that's exactly till you got up to 27.12 and stopped. All right, well, let's see what happens on this one. There is the VWAP, 2650, so it's got that. Maybe as a bit of a magnet. Now, this one might follow the market a little bit. This EDU might follow it a little bit. USEA from DAC. I know Zach mentioned this one earlier, but some kind of a declares a special cash dividend of $1. Okay. All right. EDU starting to work a little bit here. A little bit. I think we need a market downturn for this one to start to move again down. Tesla. Heard of that? So let's see what it's doing. All right, let's take a look at ONCS that William is talking about. Had all sorts of action in the pre-market, 412, plummeted. I mean, I call that a plummet, back down to 261. That's a massive percentage drop. I still don't see any news on it today. This is one that's been just kind of trading on no news. Traders get a hold of it. There's the VWAP though, William. I know you don't look for very much, but there's the VWAP, 317. right. Hey, EDU starting to work a little bit better now. Bolt, B-O-L-T. I can't remember the last time I saw this one, but Bolt, low float, fairly low float, 20 million in the float. Not bad. Like to see get into the low 70s if possible for the EDU. GDS still strong. I still think that 14 is going to be a tough one to get through, but it is still pretty strong. GDS. Yeah, definitely scalp mode again, guys, for me anyway. I just don't see huge moves happening. So I've taken some of the EDU off on that short. Kala, K-A-L-A. I think I saw somebody mention this one. Lifetime low. K-A-L-A is a lifetime low. I mean, remember now, it looks basically a lifetime low. I mean, today's low would be the lifetime low, 519, I guess, or 493. See, that 0%. I mean, it's so close. Yeah, so I'm out of the edu. I mean, it was just a scalp for me. Plus, I'm going to be taking my break very soon. So, yeah, I'm not seeing a lot of continuation. I mean, I think the Geo probably was one of the better ones. The Geo is really giving it up. But Geo from Shady early on, you know what it did before it finally started to drop. So I always like to check on Tuesdays, guys. I got my leaf blower right outside my window, and you can't hear a thing, right? That sound canceling is still an amazing software program. You guys don't hear a thing. I can hardly hear myself talk. Wow, it's amazing. Well, my dog sounds like me, I guess. That's the only. Okay, guys. So 11:52. So what I'm going to do now, I have to shout. What I'm going to do now is put in the YouTube link. Michael will be there in. Oh, are you serious, Pepe? You can hear the leaf blower? Oh, you're kidding. Okay. Yeah, keep an eye on the menu. Sorry, so I just put the YouTube link in, okay? So Michael will be in our YouTube room probably in about 5 or 6 minutes. And let me make sure I don't have that site on mute. Okay. Keep an eye on CPRX. CPRX. See what it's doing. It's trying to come out of a little bit of consolidation here, guys. CPRX had the big day yesterday, got up to 1840, but sold off. Sold off $2. Trying to come back a little bit here. Look at the 15-minute. Looks like it's trying to move out of this consolidation. CPRX. Oof. Yeah, figs. Somebody mentioned this one earlier. I did see this one in the racing. Very extended right now. Nice that it's over 7. Next high looking left, it's coming right into that 708, 70, 702, 7 or 688. $7.15. So if it can get through 7.15, if figs can get through 7.15, then the next high is 7.67, which would be pretty good, obviously. Problem is, it's so extended right now. Wow, this one's got some room down underneath now, guys. The CRNC took out that, well, it's a little while ago. Unfortunately, the 200-day or the VWAP is at 1690. So, but the CRNC, I mean, look underneath. I mean, the next low on that 15 is 1490. Wow, this is an earnings play. Reports of Q4 loss tops revenue estimates, so it's sort of a mixed bag. Well, the trigger is 640, so it doesn't matter if it triggers. I don't trade the trade of the week typically, okay? But I mean, the trade of the week, if it triggers at any point, then it's live. Doesn't have to close above on the daily or any time frame. So I don't know if it's doing it, CLNE. Yeah, so it is not triggered, but if it hits 640 at any time during the day, then it's triggered. And it has not done that. Didn't do it yesterday, didn't do it today. You know, and it may not, if it doesn't do it tomorrow, then it's not, then even if it did it on a Thursday or Friday, and listen, you can take the trade, of course, anytime you want at any price, if it makes sense to you. But for the kind of the rules in which, for showing how the trades of the week are doing, if it doesn't trigger on Monday, Tuesday, or Wednesday, then it's just discounted. Doesn't mean it's, can't work on Thursday or Friday if it hits 640, but it's just kind of discounted. All right, let me get my announcement in here. Waiting for Michael to show up. Again, Michael is the originator of the histogram that you see here, these black bars. You can ask him questions about that. You can also ask him questions if you click on New from the toolbar and then click on Market Explorer window. He's the creator of all of these different scans, okay? Wow, look at this AMX. I mean, straight down almost, but coming into the 200-day. Will that hold it? 917. It's not that far away. AMX. Will it hold it? In other words, will it hold it and then bounce off? Will that 200-day moving average of 1918, which is about 21 cents away, will that hold it and will it bounce off that? That's a rhetorical question. Of course, I'm not. Nobody knows. I'm just saying, you know, that's a key number. And there he is, Mr. So first of all, Michael, I hear you pop in. So I'm going to put the room on mute, guys. So Michael is there right now. Okay, so I'm going to put the main room on mute. We'll
I
chat
have
with
arrived.
Michael. How are you?
What's going on, man?
Well, done a few things, not as dynamic as, I mean, the market again, it kind of that a little bit of the choppiness, up, down, up, down. Now we're making a bit of a recovery, I guess, but haven't seen a lot of continuation in the stuff that I'm looking at. You know, that's that's the main issue I had.
Well, it's
Oh,
after earnings season,
dare I
so
say it, Michael? I'm in more scalp mode. Okay.
oh, there you go. Your
Quick
true
hitters.
nature.
Just because, nah, not really, but I mean, you got to play what the market's giving you. So I'm,
Uh, I've noticed the same thing too, and even as a swing trader, there was there's times to put on the gas, and there's times to tread water. I mean, and it just
exactly.
feels like it's one of those. If you tread water and you're it's always the 80-20 principle. My old trading mentor always said that the job of a trader is to stay alive until you get lucky. So it seems like one of those times that stay alive, and then hopefully the everything picks up soon. Do we have a FOMC guy yapping about stuff coming up? Usually things are calm.
I don't think today, Michael. I think that was last week. I don't think today.
No, tomorrow
Oh, tomorrow.
we
Oh, I
have,
see, tomorrow.
yeah, 2:30 we have Fed
Okay.
Powell
Yeah.
talking. So everyone might be waiting.
Hmm. It is possible. It is possible. I know you follow JC, and you know I find him always he's sort of amusing. You know, he keeps talking that we're in a bull market, really, and that the media doesn't want to tell us that. And but
He
when you look at one of the things I do in the pre-market is I take a look at all the major sectors, and I think six of them are still above the 200-day moving average. You know, some of them are not, obviously, like consumer discretionary and technology is not. But six of the 10 that I look at, they're all above the 200-day.
Well,
So
and he's been saying that and it's funny. There's people, again, big fan of JC,
I know.
but he was saying that back at that CPI print, that the gap down and just rallied like all day, like rally like
Hmm.
5% off its lows.
Yep.
He started saying that then, and there was people in the media were giving him crap. Actually, people inside Trade Ideas was giving him crap. But what he's looking at when he says that is not the market itself. He looks at what's called breadth. So he looks at
Yes.
what's the percentage of stocks moving up versus the percentage of stocks moving down. And basically, ever since that print, he's just noticed that the percentage of stocks that are moving up are way higher than moving down. So,
Mhm.
and again, he's just a part of it is a troll, right? It's it's the same reason he makes fun of gold and all these things, because he
Yeah.
knows he's going to rile up some people. But ever since then, the market's gone up like 20% from its
Yeah. Oh,
lows. So
yeah. Oh, yeah.
he's been bang on with that one.
Okay, my friend, you can take over. I think you've got your screen sharing going, so I'll take
All
my
good to
break now.
go.
Can you go to one, or do you have to leave earlier?
Nope, I'm good to one. Have
Okay,
all the
we'll see you
beers you'd
then.
like. See you
Okay,
then.
bye-bye. Bye.
Bye bye. Okay, guys. So now that the teacher is gone, what we do here for people who don't know is we take some much needed time off for Barry, and we open up the room to live Q&A. So for the next hour, I will be hanging out the room, answering any questions that you guys may have when it comes to trading or trade ideas or anything like that. I only do a little bit about me every now and then, but there might be more people coming in. My name is Michael Noss. I'm a chartered market technician and a quantitative trader. So that essentially just means that I look at the trading side of things from kind of a technical point of view. I don't look at news. I don't look at fundamentals. I personally don't believe they help out my trading. So that's what I'll be taking a look at. And I've been using trade ideas since 2006 when I started trading. And then I've been consulting with them for 5 years now, probably a little bit more than that. I always like to do that every now and then because, right, it's one of those things that there is no way to trade. There is no, this is the way that you do this. It's all different viewpoints. So I always just like to talk about how I view the market, which again is kind of purely from the technical side of things. All right, sorry, just set one thing up here and then we'll get into the questions. So again, the more you guys ask questions, the better, because we don't have anything prepared because we want to make sure that there is time for questions. So bam. Okay. All set up. So okay. Let's just go. How to go about setting up my multiple strategy window. I've been putting everything into tabs. So multi-strategy window. First, let's just open up a so I'm assuming you have an alert window. You don't necessarily have to have an alert window, but let's start as if you have an alert window. Sorry, I'm pushing things really hard here on this virtual machine, doing some cool stuff for you guys in the background that I can't talk too much about, but let's just grab that one. So let's say I want to add this window into my multi-strategy window. So we'll go new and then multi-strategy window. Let's make that free floating. Boom. Actually, let's just, to make everything easier, let's just shrink everything here. I got a lot of stuff on the go. All right, so we've got our alert window here, and then we have our multi-strategy window. We want the alert window to go into here, right? you right click on your alert window, click collaborate. And that might take just a second. And then it will bring up this window right here with this giant string of code. Now, essentially, you don't really need to know, but essentially what all this code is doing is it's just copying all of the settings that you have within this window. So then you just right click and you click collaborate and then paste all. So you're collaborating on this side and you're copying, and then you're collaborating on this side, and then you're pasting. So as soon as I hit paste all, it will go in. You can see the strategies in there right now. Or sorry, do that one more time. Right click, strategies, new strategy, collaborate. And then paste. And then you can see this window now has this in it as well. You might want to edit it. They come in with a blank color, but I always like to go in again, right click, strategies. The topping tails is there. If you want to add another one, you would just do the same thing again and just pick new strategy. But if you want to add another one in there, you can just go into new strategy. This one, I always just like to go and change the colors. So if you right click and go and hit color, you can change the foreground, which is the text, or the background, which is behind it. I think it's always best to have, all of these all of these colors kind of sorted, because if you have a multi-strategy window, it's got a whole bunch of different strategies in it. Now, you could read each one based off the strategy tag here, but colors just make everything a little bit easier. But that's how you do it. Is you just go through and take all your alert windows. It's a very, in my opinion, a very underrated window that we have, where it's a lot to do with has a lot to do with how much you want to look at, right? I don't. You can see by my layout, I don't look at very much. For people who want to look at a whole bunch of information, it's one good way to do it. So, is SPY breaking down in your opinion? No, right? So just if I focus here, so on the weekly chart, right, we just have an inside week so far, right, which just means that all of the trading in this week, right, it's only Tuesday, is contained inside the last week, which is almost contained inside the week before. And then, just look at that on the daily chart, and, we're just in here, right? So it's all about your time frame. 15 minutes, that was a pretty ugly candle. But, I'm looking more at the daily and the weekly time frame, so it's still fine. Kyle says, thank you. Not a problem at all. That's why we're here. It's one thing that we do really, really well that I think is super important. We understand that the product can be complicated. It's either we make it more and more complicated and it has more and more features, or we go the other way where we make it really, really simple and it has way less features, right? So we always we want more features because we understand that trading is very personal. So, what everybody wants is going to be different depending on that person. So we have all these things in, but we know it's by doing that, we're making things a little bit complicated. So one thing that we do that I really, really think is good is this live stream, live chat, and maybe more coming soon, where we're here, whatever you guys need, right? Means the people that are willing to come in and learn and figure it out, they're going to have all the support in the world. And there's always going to be some people who just want things handed to them, and they're going to have a worse time. Yeah, I'm not too concerned with what I'm seeing in the SPY. Now, again, I'm a trader, so for me, it doesn't matter if it goes up or down. The only people that you'll see that are really, hardcore defending positions are ideologues who, right, conspiracy heads and stuff like that. For me, it's just um, trade what I see, right? Has apron found a bottom? There's zero evidence of that for me. The way I trade, right? So 60-minute chart, clear downtrend, daily chart, mega clear downtrend, weekly chart, even more insanely clear downtrend. I generally, if I were to sum up my trading style, is I like to buy the stuff that's going up and then avoid the stuff that's going down. And this one's for sure going down. And this is a apron. I always find is a good example for. That's not it. APRN. Dyslexia is no fun. A lot of people have been looking at this apron short float, and they're like, "Oh, this thing's so heavily shorted, I should buy it." It's like, well, it's the same with the meme stocks. They can be super heavily shorted, but if the shorts are making money and it's doing a pretty decent volume, then why would they ever get out? Right? If I'm short from 10 and this thing's at 1, then it has to go up. That's 1,000% or tenfold before my position's in danger. So just ride the thing down. And I heard the same argument with Bed Bath and Beyond is, oh, it has to go up. Oh no, that's Best Buy. One more B. It has to go up because it's so heavily shorted. It's like, yeah, but the shorts are doing amazingly. And if you're short anywhere from 30 and it's at 3, you don't have to cover, right? Short squeezes occur when things are really at highs. So, for example, one stock that I am watching a lot of, and I know Steve Gomez is a fan of this one, ASO. Right. So this one is pretty heavily shorted at 35% short. But if you look at it, it's going up. So on the daily chart, it just broke these prior highs right here. And then on the weekly chart, if you go back, it's this thing actually hasn't been around for too long, but this is pretty much a all-time high for ASO. I think this may have been an all-time weekly closing high for ASO. So I've got this one on watch. Yeah, so that was an all-time weekly closing high for ASO. And um so now what I'm doing is I'm watching this pullback, right? So we've got these kind of consecutive lower highs right here. I'm a candlestick guy. I love reading candlesticks. So if I see some sort of bullish candlestick in this area, then that's where I'll pick some up and I'll just put my stop under whenever that swing low is. See if I can get involved because this is where shorts get nervous, right? Is um, when they're short, and if something's hitting a new all-time high and you're short, it means you're losing money, right? It's like again, people say the same thing about like AMC, and they say, "Oh, this is heavily shorted; those shorts have to cover." It's like, well, no, because this thing's just tanking. Like, why would they? It's the same reason. Like, if you bought a stock and that stock was going up, you shouldn't sell that stock. You should wait until the stock is no longer going up. So the same thing when it comes to shorts. If they're heavily short something, but it's going down, well, then they're winning. So why would they going to, right? Why would they go against that? How do you build a scan that show stocks going up, not going down? Well, again, it's going to depend on what your time frame is and everything like that. Uh, I would say one to look at is to open up your Market Explorer just by going New and Market Explorer window and go look at TI Strength. So this is a swing trading algorithm that we built that beats the market in backtest and in reality. I've got some. We gotta just duplicate this here. You can see everything that you'll see in this will have some relative outperformance to the market. So I also look at this one in here. Might be easier to see on stream. Right. So the teal line will always be whatever chart I'm looking at here. And the purple line is the S&P 500. So you can see Pinduoduo, which is on the exactly, which is the highest on this relative strength scanner. You can see how much better this has been doing over the last like 2 months in comparison to the SPY. That's just kind of sideways a bit. And it's got this massive resistance area. That was resistance here and then back here. And now it's support right here. And we've just broken that. So bit of confirmation on that one. So this is a good one to look at because again, it's just going to show you things that on a swing time frame are in uptrends. Right. So this uses a ranking system that's kind of proprietary, but it uses a bunch of different indicators. And again, what it's doing is trying to look for things that are performing better than the SPY. That's just kind of, moving. So the SPY is up or down 12% since October. So around a year. And then this one's up 200%. So it's like I would rather look through a list like this and then look for ones that have some sort of kind of confirming candlestick pattern. So BTU, for example, is something that I'm watching because this $30 area, you can see it was resistance here, here, and here. And now it's just kind of poking through that today. So if we get like a close up here on BTU, that might be something that I would take a trade on, right? Because again, just going up, not down, right? Or as JC, which me and Brian were talking about before, or me and Barry were talking about before we left, is you buy smiley faces and you sell frowny faces, right? Keep it simple. APRN is on SSR. Does that mean I can short on any bid? No, SSR, short sale restriction. It's just a rule that triggers when a stock's getting hammered too much. And yeah, it just means that you can't short on the bid. You have to short on the ask. So you have to, and you can't market short. You'd have to put out a limit, and that limit is going to be whatever the ask price is or above. It's a rule they put in place to stop predatory shorting, where a stock's getting hammered and people are pushing against it. And I think it's 10%. If it's down 10% in a day, and then I think following into the next day, it goes on SSR. Funny enough, there was actually a study done, and when stocks are put on SSR, they do worse. The article I read about it was basically like your big brother coming out on the playground and saying, yeah, you really need to stop bullying my brother because he has no ability to defend himself, and then walking away. And, right? It's like, well, of course he's going to get bullied. If you're on short sale restriction, that means that everyone's hammering you. So if they say, oh, yeah, he can't defend himself, then, well, you're probably going to have a bad time. What can I see on PALI? A horrible stock. Maybe over the last few days it popped up. Yeah, maybe a little bit of a bull flag going on here if you're a really short-term trader. But again, I'm a trend follower, and this stock has gone from $400 down to $3. So the trend on this one's pretty obvious. Now, I know there's a lot of people that look at that and say, oh, well, it's got tons of room to go. But there has been exhaustive studies done about uh, buying things that are beaten up versus buying things that are in uptrends. And buying, if you simply buy stocks making 52-week highs and sell stocks making 52-week lows, you outperform the market and most traders in the long run. Buy low, sell high is probably the most dangerous thing that's ever been like saying wise in the market. I'm usually out of winning trades too soon. Um, so the only right, there's only three ways to get out of, or really only two ways to get out of a winning position, right? And that's either a trailing stop in some respect, and I don't mean the traditional, you just put in 30 cents and it's 30-cent trailing stop. Those, generally speaking, don't work, but it's some sort of a trailing stop or some sort of a profit target. Now, if you have a really big problem getting out of things really early, then you might just want to be a profit target guy, right? Where you essentially just put out a uh, right, you buy something if you've got a target, and then you've got a stop loss, and you just let it go, right? And walk away, close your screen. There's nothing wrong with that, right? What's going to happen a lot of times, right? Say bought the stock you bought the stock right here, right? Your stops right here and your profit target's up there. The thing that's going to happen sometimes, it's going to trigger you, is going to get really close to the target, and it's going to sell back off and hit your stop. That's going to happen. Um, if the thing kind of pushes through and sells, then that's great. You have to be okay with the fact that it may run further than that. Then the other way is just a trailing stop. You just say, okay. So if you're just punching into things too early, it's probably because you don't have a plan at all. But you could say, okay, every time this thing pulls back, I'm just going to raise up my stop until at some point I get sold out. That's fine. Another simple way to do it is to grab a moving average, one that's good for however long you want to hold in your time frame. You'll have to test different ones based off your style, and just make a rule saying I will sell when it closes below this moving average, and then go from there. And then the last kind of common way to do it would be a bar by bar stop. Bar by bar stop simply just means you just raise your stop below each bar after the bar is closed. And then eventually, when a bar reverses, you get hit. And those are, again, there's a million ways to do it, but those are the most common ways, I would say. But the one thing you have to know, and it's hard for new traders cognitively, and it will happen over time, but you just have to understand that, just like you would never expect yourself to bottom tick a stock, like the people who think that they're just gonna, oh, I'm gonna buy the absolute bottom of the stock and then the thing's just gonna run forever. you know, I've got a bridge to sell you. But just like, that seems unreasonable. Just bottom ticking a stock. You're never going to top tick it, right? So it means that if you sell, there, in many, many cases, going to be a way that you could have gotten more out of the trade. And you just got to make sure that uh you're not beating yourself up over that, right? So build a plan and then kind of consistently stick to that plan, and understand as you're selling, you're like, I'm never going to get the top. But that's not important. What's important is that you got some sort of multitude of your risk. So if your risk was, uh, I'm risking 1% of my portfolio. So you have $100,000 portfolio. So I'm risking $1,000. Well, as long as on most of your winning trades, you're making 1,500 to 2,000, or 1.5 to two times your risk, then you're good, right? So again, just it's I would say it's the hardest part of the game. Um, and then but you just need to come to terms with I exit for this reason. And in some situations that would be good, and in some situations it won't be, but just like you're not planning on bottom ticking a stock, you're not going to top tick the stock either. So as long as you're getting um again a multitude of your risk, then good. Just keep going. Uh When do you think the next squeeze on GME will start? The next squeeze on GME will start when all of the hedge funds have loaded up enough, and then they will pop it, probably less than the last pop, and then they will sell it to all the retail people and repeat. That's what's been happening on all the meme stocks. Uh, I hate to be the the one to say it, but um, ever since the first pop, every single pop after that has been amazing for the meme stocks. And if you're participating in them, you're making the hedge funds incredibly wealthy. I met a hedge fund manager who says, I love the apes. They bought me a second house because all he has to do is load up on dips, you know, spread a little bit of news about how, oh, now it's going to pop and blah, blah, blah to the moon. And then as retail's buying in, they're selling and rinse and repeat. So as soon as the hedge funds have loaded up enough, they'll float something out there. There'll be some sort of news article or something that will pop it, and then they'll slam it down retail's throat over and over again. It's a game as old as time. Is there a scan to have 3 rising bars? Yeah, so just look at the consecutive candle scan is going to be the best scan for that. So open up a alert window, just hit configure here, and then just start typing in consecutive. You have a bunch of different, yeah, here we go. Consecutive candles. We have 1 minute, 15-minute, 30-minute, blah, blah, blah. So what consecutive candles means is just how many green versus how many red candles in a row. So you said you were looking at 15 minutes. So you would go 15-minute right here, and then you can add this as a filter. So if I were to put like 3 in the min column, for example, that means the stock would have to be up at least 3 15-minute candles in a row, right? Again, and also you could put like a -3 in the max column, and that'd be 3 down candles in a row. But those consecutive candles, that's a good scan for that. I watch you on Trader TV live. Awesome. Um, yeah, so I'm on Trader TV each Friday morning. I'm actually going to be on CNBC soon on At the Close. I don't know if it's like the live TV channel or some sort of web service they have in the background or what that is, but you know, that's going to be cool. I don't know as much about it as I think I should, considering it's starting Thursday, but we'll figure that out. How old do you have to be to use trade ideas? Well, um, you need a credit card. So as long as it's yours or you have the permission of a parent or something like that, I'm sure it's fine. We don't really have an age restriction, but um, obviously, uh, right? We need a credit card, so So I'd imagine the same age you need to open a brokerage account. I don't really know um, I don't know the rules about that in America, but here I think it's 18 up in good old Canada. Excellent, Mike. Thanks. Oh, no problem. That scam might be part of how the histogram works. Maybe. No, there might be some of that. Again, the histogram is a candlestick reader, right? So all of the common, for those who don't know, you can actually read about the major candlestick patterns anywhere. They're open there. They're free. We're doing some secret math to it that we can't really talk about, but the guy who invented Japanese candlesticks happened 200 years ago and became like a billionaire. Um, the and they're all pretty common out there. So what it's doing is just weighing one of those as well. Um, so, right, you can probably look up and find candlesticks that have three consecutive up or down kind of things, and they would probably be part of it, but just part of it. BTU I was watching. ASO was, I think, the other one that I talked about. So this is the good kind of short squeeze, right? Um, so 35% short and hitting new highs. So again, neither I'm not in either of those. I need to see some things occur. With ASO, this one's interesting because it broke these new highs and now it's pulling back. So I want to try to nail a pullback. I'm generally not one to chase breakouts and things like that. They don't I have very bad luck of top ticking any kind of a breakout. And I know that's just part of the game. The ones that go, they'll go and they'll never look back and they'll be great. But for me, I want to see more of a pullback or a bull flag or something like that. But ideally, with something like ASO, is we kind of pull back. Maybe we come into like this area here. We put in like a hammer candle or like a doji that breaks or some sort of bullish candlestick pattern, and then I can pick that up with a more defined risk. Because if I were to buy it right here, where's my stop? Right. The only logical place I could see for a stop is like way down here, maybe below these wide range candles, but like that's too wide for me. I'm more of a I want to buy. Right, I want to buy like here and have my stop here. Like I risk just tiny, tiny amounts, which means my win rate isn't very good at all. But it means that when things go, I get such good risk adjusted return, right? How to go back testing a strategy for the month of December? Well, first you got to come up with a strategy, and then you can run the back test on it. So um, since December hasn't happened yet, you won't be able to run it on the month of December. You just have to find something that worked over the last 2 months and then kind of go from there. Um, but you need to know what to test. See, right now you can go back a quarter, so you'd be able to test all of November, all of October, and all of September. But it's just whatever you got a strategy. Building the strategy is the hard part. Then you just click the back test button. You're good to go. Re-ASO. Okay, we're on ASO. That's good. I keep forgetting I can put these up on stream here. Uh, you're saying you're looking not to enter above the high, rather after a pullback in a bullish candle. Generally speaking, yes. And there's nothing wrong with either, right? So what's going to happen is that if you buy breakouts, you're going to have to put a little bit of a wider stop on them, which will mean you'll have to interact with them a little bit less. Which makes them simpler, right? If I were to just say, okay, here is the high break on ASO, I'm going to buy it right here. I'm going to put a stop, at the last swing low, or maybe, below this bullish candle or something right here, and I'm just going to walk away. There's absolutely nothing wrong with that. If you think it's reasonable that you're going to make whatever this risk is, let's call it $5 a share, that you're going to make $10 a share, which on ASO I think is a perfectly reasonable, especially if this short float's legitimate and these shorts start to get nervous because this is at highs. So that there's nothing wrong with that. For me, again, I like having the tightest possible risk. So for me, what I want to look for is I want to say, okay, if it breaks and then starts to pull back, I'm going to just watch it every day. And if I get, like a hammer candle or an inside bar, I like trading inside bars. So, if it pulls back like this, and then maybe the next day it puts an inside bar or some sort of a tightening kind of a pattern, then I know I can buy it here. I can put my stop right there, and my risk then becomes very, very tiny. Because the way I trade, and this is going to be different for everybody and their risk tolerance and all that, is I would rather have a sub 50% win rate, but when I'm right, I make, 5 or more times my risk than having like a 60% win rate and kind of happen like that, right? So, um, and again, it's different for everybody. There's some people that if they had that low of a win rate, they would end up bailing on their trading style. They would end up, just completely, kind of melting down and just like, no, I can't do that. And again, I have no judgment for those people. It's important that you trade whatever your tolerance is and trading style. So, again, there's nothing wrong with that. It's just kind of it is what it is. So, um, for me, again, something that kind of clicked for me a long, long time ago is just multiplying risk being everything, right? Understanding that I have no control over the probability of an outcome, right? But the only thing that I can control is the risk. So if I spend all of my time thinking and focusing on the risk, and then just basic trading styles like buying things in uptrends and buying things with relative strength and all of that kind of thing, then over the long run, I'll make money. Right. And it just comes down, you can look up these risk reward charts. Risk reward probability charts. See if I can find something. Yeah, here we go. That's risk of ruin. God. So if there's no pullback, you miss a trade. Yeah. That's the other thing you have to be okay with. Everything in trading, just like we were talking about exit stuff earlier, everything in trading is a trade off, which just means that, if you choose a trailing stop exit, to go back to that example, as opposed to a hard target, it means what you're doing is you're trading a defined risk for potential of a big gain, and vice versa. If you're putting out a hard target, you're going to get a more consistent gain But you're trading that off for the potential of a big runner. So the question is, right, what do you want, and what is kind of more common with what your trading style is? But this is what I was talking about with the probability payoff. So, right, if you're doing a 1-to-1, so this is what this is, a 1-to-1 risk reward ratio. Let's see if we can actually make this. Oh, no, I didn't want to do that. Control. Go. Problem with dip between there. That's better. Yeah. So if your win rate's 50%, just for example, and your payout ratio is 1-to-1, which basically means that you lose every time you win. You have a 100% chance of eventually losing all your money through fees and commission slippage and blah 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 blah. Eventually you'll lose all your money, right? So you need a 55% win rate to even kind of get by. So then you can see that as you expand out, and this is a risk of ruin calculator, so 100% just means you will lose all your money at some point. Right, at 2-to-1, well, now you only need at 35% win rate, so kind of 1 in every 3. That's when you're a loser trader. Anything over that, you're probably doing okay. Right, as you go out, so if you can kind of be sitting in this area, the 1-to-4, 1-to-5, well, now you're talking, as long as you're right, 1 in every 3 trades, or sorry, even less. Yeah. Geez, hard to draw straight lines with a mouse. Yeah, 1 in every 4 trades, you're doing fine. Right. So as soon as I kind of internalize this, I find that new traders are fighting this battle, right? New traders are saying, oh, how do I get right all the time? How do I get right most of the time? How do I get right 90% of the time? They're fighting this war. I don't think there's any value in fighting this war at all. Like, simply knowing that you can be right 25% of the time and outperform most traders, which lose money. So what the war that I fight is this war, right? I want to fight this battle. I want to say, how do I make more and more and more on my trades and risk less and less? Because I've got no control over how high these things go. All I can control is the downside. So when I look at something like ASO, the reason I don't take this breakout is because I just don't have a really defined place for my risk. You could pick a spot and just say, below this candle, which is the breakout candle's low, or something like that. And that's fine. For me, I'd rather just see a pullback, some sort of, bull flag or structure or bullish hammer or something that I can take the trade. And then if I make my risk kind of like this, right, just a really tiny risk, and then it goes to 10. In one scenario, we were risking $5 to make $10. So that was a 2-to-1 risk reward, right? Which is still good because it puts us right here. As long as we believe that there's a 40% chance that we will get a 2-to-1 risk reward, then it's a good trade. If I can make it so that I'm risking 1 to make 10, right, well, then I'm like way over here on the chart. So if I believe there's like a 20% chance that that's going to happen, then I take the trade. And again, as just like a quant nerd, that's the way I look at it. So let's say, for example, we close right here today. This is kind of the end of the day, and we have this perfect doji candle, right? And a doji candle just represents indecision. Well, I may then put a stop limit over today's high and just say, buy me some if it breaks today's high. And then I'll put a stop at either today's candle low or the trigger candle's low, whichever is lower. And then now I'm in at 51 and my stops, 50. So now I'm risking like $1. And if it goes from there, then that's great. If it goes to that $60 that we thought it could, if the shorts get nervous and blah, blah, blah. Again, we have earnings in 6 days too, right? And that's kind of putting a hamper on this whole thing. But then I know, okay, if I'm risking 1,000, then I'm going to make, if I'm right, 10,000. And if I can have net a couple of those a month, one of those a month, then I'm a happy camper, right? What chart do I look at for the bullish? I always look at pretty much the daily chart. Now I do have a multi-time frame view if I want to get really granular, but this is more for kind of my day trading where it's like I want to see, or if you really want to get nitpicky, I just don't have the patience to be blunt. Um, the better you can time your entry, the better off you are. How do you avoid getting run over by HFTs? Pretty simple. You don't trade hyper time frames. If your time frame is larger than 5 minutes, then HFTs don't care about you. Right? A little tinfoil hatty with the HFT stuff, right? They're not. They're trading pennies. And so if I'm buying a stock and I'm risking $1 on the spread, I'm just way outside of the HFT purview. They don't care about me. Also, people who think that like market makers are running your stops, they're not. Like they don't. If I buy 1,000 shares of ASO to risk, right? I'm just again simulating, right? We're saying uh, if all of these things occurs and I buy it at 51 and my stops at 50 and I'm risking $1,000, well, then I'd buy 1,000 shares of HFT. I am 1/500th to, no, sorry, 1/1500th of the volume in ASO on every given day. A market maker, HFT, could not give less of a shit about me. I'm no. Now, can stop runs happen if you have your stop at like a super obvious point? Absolutely. But they're not hunting me. They don't care about me. HFTs are hunting other HFTs. Hedge funds are hunting other hedge funds. It's why people who are like, I'm going to get one up on the hedgies is just hilarious because they're not like, this dark, shadowy group. Everything's reported publicly, right? They are all fighting each other. Same with the HFTs. HFTs are fighting other HFTs, they're fighting other algos, and they're fighting people who are trying to like hyper scalp trades. Other than that, don't even think about them. Hi, Michael. Where is your risk reward calculator? I just use my brain. There's plenty of them out there. You could build one in Excel really simply. There's many that you could get online if you just Google risk reward calculator. They're all there. To find that chart, I just literally Googled risk reward calculator chart, and that's what came up. But yeah, I just look at it. I try to keep the numbers simple. That's why when you hear me talk, I'll always say $100,000 account, and then right, I'll try to round things to the nearest dollars because I try to make it simple. The minutia will kill you in this game. You got to try to avoid it as much as you can. So, yeah. So for ASO, I was basically saying, okay, I'm going to risk $1, right? So then I know, okay, that's my R value or my risk value is $1. So then, as long as I think it's reasonable that I could get $2 or more dollars, then it's a good trade. And again, none of this is investment advice, blah, blah, blah. I'm just some dude on the internet, yada, yada. ASO, I may not even ever take. It's just an example of a stock that's kind of interesting to me. Right. There's just like BTU, for example. So BTU, this would be an example. We were just talking with Greg there about different time frames. where you could do something like, okay, right, weekly chart. Reason I leave a weekly chart up is I kind of want to see where's like the next kind of weekly high or something. I told you the reason for entry was this $30 area seemed to be a big deal. So now is when you could hang out in different time frames. So the reason I'm okay with taking BTU on a breakout has more to do with the fact that it's had a little bit of congestion right here. So if I were to buy, again, assume that we close right here on BTU. If I were to buy it at the close of the day, I'm okay with just putting my stop right under this kind of consolidation zone. And it's either going to go for me or it's not, and then it's time to reevaluate. But if you want to get nitpicky, right, you could then go and say, okay, well, right on the 60-minute chart, we're above yesterday's and the day before and all that close, and that's good. And then on the 15-minute chart, right, you could get real nitty gritty if you want to. It's just how much time and energy and patience do you want to apply to a trade? But you could say something like, okay, I'm going to buy it here. And then if I get a solid close, then I'll hold some. And if not, I won't. For me, I'm much simpler than that. I don't think I'm going to make much more money by thinking about and getting that finicky with things, right? Is this a setup I use for trading? Yeah, no, these are trades that I'm thinking of taking if certain things occur. And the reason I like to talk about it like that is because I think that's how people should look at trading. Like, especially a lot of new traders go, okay, what do I buy now, right? And has this thing bottomed and things like this, where um, traders that actually trade their own money and have done so for a length of time generally look at things more of a like an if then, like if you've ever done any programming or anything, they'll say if this occurs then I'll do this, and this is kind of what we were talking about with these trades. Now could be that this thing just runs into the end of the day and closes way up here, and then there's no trade. Could be that this thing kind of tanks down to here today and there's no trade. Could be right a gap down tomorrow and then there's no trade. That's why I think it's important to just sit when you're going to enter a trade and say, these are the things that I would need to occur in order to take the trades. And this is where I would put my stop loss on this trade. And this is where I would try to get out if I'm right. Right. So you're going through the scenarios now when there's no emotion attached to it. Right. Again, one of my old trading mentors always used to say, you never get smarter when the bullets are flying. And essentially just meaning, do all of your thinking and what ifs and all that kind of stuff right now before, again, I'm not in ASO and I'm not in BTU yet, but both those things are kind of interesting to me. And so I plan out the trade beforehand. Maybe I'll mark up a chart and save that or something. And then I use the price alerts. So like right now, for example, in ASO, I can just right click and I can create a price alert and I can say, okay, I wanted it over 51 tomorrow if that occurs. And then you can just write these little notes to yourself and you can just, so 35% short, looking for of a bullish candle in this pullback to get us to re-breakout into all-time highs, right? Just a sample note. You can just write yourself a little note, hit save, and that goes in your price alerts tab. And when this triggers, if this triggers, you can read your note back, right? So again, just plan everything before the trade occurs. Again, you don't get smarter when the bullets start flying, right? But again, there's many stocks that I'm looking at. We're just using this as an example as people are asking questions. Am I always on Trader TV Live? Until they kick me off, I'm on at 5 o'clock, at 8:45, or sorry, Fridays at 8:45 Eastern every week. You only use 2 scans and the 4 charts. Yeah. Yep. Now I'll cycle them out sometimes. I'll go through, there's a handful of ones in the Market Explorer, but everything I use right now is in the Market Explorer for my swing trading. All of it. Support and resistance plays, TI strength is the algorithm that I use for a lot of it. It's all in there for me. I find people use too much and then suffer from analysis paralysis. Read the ASO chart again, assuming you take the trade. How do you find a target? It's always a problem. Again, targets I think are the hardest part. I'm a sell and part kind of guy. So generally speaking, what it will look like for me is that, again, assuming all the things we talked about, we close like this on ASO. So we have this little doji candle. I take a break of that doji candle. I put my stop out here. So assuming I get triggered and I don't get stopped, it would be, for example, I would cut my position in half or a third, and that's going to depend on how the market's moving, that kind of thing. And I'll go through and I'll say, okay, if I'm risking 1,000, as soon as I'm up maybe 2,000, I'll take half the position off. And then that takes the risk off the table. Then maybe I'll trail behind a moving average, or I'll trail using a bar by bar. So a bar by bar, again, is just kind of moving your stop at the low of the bar. And as soon as one day takes out the prior day's low, you're out. If it's a longer term position, which this one I think it would be, you could draw a trend line. You could say, all right, every time the stock pulls back, I'm going to move my stop up, behind each pullback until eventually the trend changes. There's a bunch of ways to do it, and it's a bit situationally dependent, but it's has to do with what your goal, I guess, is in the trade. And then one more question here with what is the goal of Trader TV? No, they just they're a prop firm that shows their trades. They essentially built Trader TV to be an internal thing with their prop firm traders. And again, I'm using the daily chart. But yeah, so Trader TV was built as a way to kind of train new traders at their prop firm to be able to basically virtually look over the shoulder of traders that have been trading. I think Sean's been trading for a living for 20 years and Neil for 10 or 15, as a way to create better trades. Because prop firms work is they fund the trader and then they split the revenue of the trader. So it's in their best interest for the trader to make money. And then they had enough people internally go, hey, this thing is awesome. You guys should put it out to everyone. And they put it out to everyone, and it ended up getting really, really good traction. And like anything, it's like, okay, well, how do we make money? So one of the ways, after a very long relationship, is they've become an affiliate partner with Trade Ideas. So if you buy Trade Ideas using their link, we pay them a commission for that. So that's part of the relationship that we have. What do I think about pre and post market trading? I don't really trade them that much. For the reason that you mentioned, liquidity is generally low unless there's some sort of news event. I believe that will be changing soon. Again, I've said 5 years until we're at 24-hour a day markets. So eventually I don't think it will matter. I don't think there will be pre and post market trading. I think there's just going to be 24-hour trading. I think Interactive Brokers already is doing some ETFs that you can trade 24 hours a day.
16 of them.
I read that somewhere.
Yeah, I think it's 16 of them, Michael.
16. Wow.
I think. Yeah.
That's a lot.
That was breaking news from IB. I keep getting that little pop-up when I load my IB every morning. I think it's 16 ETFs.
So it'd be the SPY would definitely be one.
Mm-hmm.
Interesting. I'll get a list. But yeah, I think it's only a matter of time. 24 hours a day. And then Barry's going to have to switch from beer to like meth or something.
If it's 5 years from now, I'll be gone, Michael. I won't be doing this. I almost guarantee it.
I think, yeah, you will.
No.
Yeah, you will. In some respects.
No. I will guarantee it. I'll be gone.
I'll turn you
You
into a
can take
swing
over the
trader.
room. You can take over the room. Your child will be what, 6 years old? He can fend for himself by then, right?
Yeah, I'm sure this will be fine.
Yeah. So
Just
you can do it
throw him
24 hours a
in the
day.
basement. Yeah,
The
that'll be
question
fine.
that Greg also said about how do you find your target? I mean, I would have answered it also in this way. Before I take my trade, and I know you went over all this, but before I take my trade, I have to have a reasonable expectation of a 1 for 2. Some will
Yep.
go 1 for 3. So I mean, so if I can't look at the chart and see that I can make a 1 for 2, that would be my first target. Otherwise, I'm not taking the trade. Now, if I get to that target, if I'm successful, then things start to change. When am I going to start taking profit? Have you ever done the RR, like putting lines on the chart at different RR levels, like the 1 for 2, 1 for 3, 1 for 4? So if you're in between one of them, you're still in the trade, and then if it dips down, so let's just say your risk 10 cents, you're up 20 cents, so you're at that first, so you're at a 1 for 2, and now you're between the 20 and 30 cent mark. But then if it dips down to the 20, you'll take some profit. But if it doesn't, you'll just hang tough, and it goes over the 30, you're still in the trade. If it moves back down to the 30, you'll take some profit. You ever done something like that? If I'm
Yeah,
making sense.
yeah, and I think that's a good way to do it too. Which again, the first thing you said for sure, you have to have that reasonable expectation. I mean, again, you'll never know what you're going to get, but you have to have that
No.
reasonable expectation of for me, it's 2 times my risk or so. But and this is one thing that I picked up from our boy Chicago Sean, who trades options. One thing that he always does is he basically buys the option and he prices it so that that's his risk, right? So if I buy a call for $1, I know that I'm risking $100 per call option. So maybe I buy 10 for my $1,000 risk to make the math simple. And he immediately sets out an order for half of them at $2 because then the theory is that the rest of the trade is quote unquote free. And it's
Hmm.
something that I do a lot with my trading as well. That if I get that 1 for 2, I'm pretty much always out of half of my position.
Hmm.
Um, and it's just because then there was there's my head's clear, right? I
Hmm.
know that if it comes back down to my break even point, well, I made half of an R, or I made 1 R. I made 1 times my risk, right?
Hmm.
If I get anywhere before then, before break even, I've made more than 1 times my risk. And if I get stopped out and I don't move my stop up, which I generally always do, uh, then it's just a break even trade. But I find that mathematically, that's probably not the correct move, right? You want to try to get more out of your winner, but the way that it clears my head is worth it because I'm like, okay, the trade is essentially risk free at this point, barring
Exactly.
some sort of crazy news event, a halt or gap down or something like that. But the trade is essentially completely risk free, and then I find you're just able to be put in a much more um, sensible
Positive frame
mind
of
frame.
mind. Yeah.
Yeah, you're just like, okay, now let me just objectively, and then yeah, usually then I'll start trailing based off of right, like the ADMA. I think is a good one, right? If you get a close, if you're in a runner, if you get a close below the ADMA, it's probably time to go.
Hmm.
Bar by bar on a higher time frame, I think makes sense as well, but really it's to me, it's I think you could take any random trading strategy and make money if you figure out the risk reward side of things. So it's the hardest, in my opinion, it's the hardest part of the
Oh,
game.
there's no question. And what you said also is that getting yourself in a positive frame of mind. Nothing worse than being getting that 1 for 2 and then watching it dissolve. I mean, at worst, okay, okay, breaking even, not making anything. At best, but at worst, actually losing money when you're up when you're already up in a 1 for 2 situation. I mean, it really weighs on you, and that makes that next
Oh yeah.
trade even harder, because you're so ticked off.
Well, yeah, because they've actually done psychological experiments with this where if you give someone $100 and you measure like a base level of happiness. So say everyone starts out as a happiness level of 5, and then you give someone $100, maybe they move up to a happiness level of 7. and then you take that $100 back from them, they don't go back to 5, they go to like 2. So it's like having money, even though, right, financially they're in the same position they were before.
Mhm.
Um, that pullback of the money affects you negatively so much more than if somebody gives you money. So that's this kind of psychological phenomenon that goes on with trading too, where if at some point you're up $1,000 and you end up making $300 on the trade, you're not happy that you made $300 on the trade. You're pissed that you lost $700 on the trade, right? Like
Yeah.
in your brain, you gave most of that back. And I think that's the thing that makes exiting so hard, is that you're never ever in a million years gonna top tick the stock where you
Mhm.
made the exact most amount of money that you could have possibly made on that trade. So you either have to sell early and then watch the thing potentially run for the rest of the day in your case, or the rest of the week in my case, um, or you always wait for it to start pulling back, and then that maximum amount you could have made is always less. So it's why it's like, you just have to, in my opinion, you have to just systematize it, because it's just such, it's so annoying. It's much more annoying for me to have, $1,000 gain go to zero than a trade lose $1,000. Like it's
Yeah.
just,
Well, I heard
it's
something very
weird how your
similar
brain
too.
works.
Teams that win, say, the Super Bowl. Okay, so a team wins the Super Bowl. The euphoria of winning is not as. Oops, sorry, there's somebody talking at me. The euphoria of winning is not greater than the pain of losing, if that makes sense. People feel,
Yeah.
if
Yeah.
you can measure it on some kind of a scale, so like kind of like you said, so if winning the Super Bowl, you pop up to 50, starting from zero. You're losing the Super Bowl, you're down minus 100, as an example. They say, just as a psychological study, that's what they say happens in sports, and I'm sure it's kind of just like what you said.
Yeah, and it's one of those things that it's been studied so many times that it's almost like it's like the prisoner's dilemma and all these kind of psychological things, almost like a mathematical certainty. So it's like,
Hmm.
and that's why people always say, well, what's the best exit? And I know everyone laughs my cop out answer of your trading plan, but it
There,
has to
okay, you're
be,
over. Yeah, I win the bet. Had to go
but
to
it
extended
like
hours, but I won the bet.
but it kind of, it has to be that way, right? Because
Yeah, of course.
someone who, it's basically what's going to piss you off more are you going to be more pissed off selling the stock at 10 and watching it go to 20, or are you going to be more pissed off if the stock goes to 20 and then back down to 10 and then you sell at 10, right? So do you want to trail your exit, knowing that just by virtue of trailing your exit that you're always going to never hit that top? So you're going to see your P&L tick up and then back down, and you're going to get out. Or are you going to be more mad by selling a position and then just knowing kind of in your head you could have made more if you held? And it's like you have to kind of sort that out in your brain.
Hmm.
And as soon as you figure out which one of those is going to piss you off more, then you do the other one.
It's very hard, and I heard you talking about your win rate. I'm in general, it's really hard for people to say, okay, I'm only going to be right 30% of the time. That means I'm wrong 70% of the time. But just like you were
Yep.
saying, if I can let my winners run, 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 you mathematically it can make sense. It's really hard for people to be wrong 7 times out of 10, though. Very, very hard, especially when you're starting out.
Well, and right, that's another reason why I say you have to build your own system and your own plan and then follow it, because um yeah, some people, they couldn't do it, right? They would be
No,
wrong maybe 3 or 4 times in a row, and then they're looking for the next trading style or the next system.
exactly.
Whereas I'm like, okay, I know, again, my win rates, like, on a good month is going to be 50%. So like every trade I go into, I've just been doing it long enough that I'm like, there's a 50% chance this thing is just going to fail. So of the 100 trades I may take, let's say in a month, I know 50 of them are going to lose money. And I'm okay with that. But the people who aren't, they need to develop a system that is probably going to have less of um, a win rate or a risk reward and more of a win rate. So it means they're going to have wider stops and they're going to be
Mm-hmm.
taking profits a little quicker, because for them it's important psychologically to always be taking gains. Whereas for me, I'm just, maybe I'll get a little butt hurt walking around the house, maybe a little grumpy, but I know, and I'm doing a video on my YouTube channel with this FX thing where I just took a random system and traded it. And basically my entire month last month, which was a great month trading FX, was based on 3 trades. The rest of
Mm-hmm.
it was just, right, lose a little bit, lose a little bit, lose a little bit, but I got 3 wicked trades that ended up making a great month. And it's same with my equity trading. Every now and then I'll get something. I think it was WWE, which was just a doozy twice now. Because I picked some up and I had a little tiny risk, and I think I ended up making nearly 20 times my risk on the first trade, and I'm currently up, I think, 10 times my risk in this trade. So
Are you
um,
short, or are you short WWE right now?
no, daily chart. You're probably looking at the intraday chart.
Oh no, I'm just looking at today's daily chart, and it's got a red candle. So but you're
Yeah,
you're
so
you're in a lot earlier, of
I
course. Okay.
maybe stopped out. But yeah, so
Yeah.
the first trade I got in at I think it's 68 or 69, and then this one
Mm-hmm.
I'm in like 75. Um, so they're both great trades, but on each of them I was risking like 50 cents. And then,
Oh, on
one
a
of them I
$79
made.
stock, unbelievable. Really.
Yeah.
But as you
Um,
say, when you're wrong, you're going to know you're wrong really quickly, and you have a very small loss, and that's how you
yeah, and
can do it.
I'll be wrong a lot. And it's just,
Yeah.
you just have to know that. So
Yeah.
it's basically, do you want a nice smooth equity curve, which means you're right a lot, but you're not really, um, your risk reward isn't good. Whereas my equity curve would look more like, small little down moves consistently and then big upward spikes, and then small little down moves consistently and then big upward spikes. And then it's
Right.
just kind of keeping yourself sane near the upward spikes. Right. So again, it's tailored based off my personality, which is I'm able to go outside in the backyard and like kick a tree and scream real loud when I'm on my, you know, 7th losing trade in a row.
Yeah.
But knowing at some point there's going to be a trade that's going to come on, it's going to wipe out all of those 7 losers and make money at the end.
Yeah. All right, my friend. Well, we've gone over time for you anyway, so I'll get back into the
That
main
was a good
room
chat
too.
though.
They haven't, they're not listening to me talking to you, so I'll get back into the main room. Let me just get my screen sharing going.
Sure thing. We got to figure that out soon.
And there we
These are
are.
good chats to have with everyone.
Yeah, no, I love it.
Um,
I love it. We have completely different styles, different
for
styles in
sure.
terms of what we look at, but it's all about money management. It's all about money management. And as you say, having a plan,
That's it. All right,
and
Barry.
I
Well, I
have,
will see you at the marketing meeting where I've
you
got some
will.
big
Okay.
announcements. So get ready on
Ooh.
the edge of your seat.
Oh, okay.
All
Okay.
right, man.
Bye.
Talk to you soon. Bye.
Okay. Okay, back in the main room, guys. Yeah, I had a long chat with Michael. Interesting talk with him. So let me get my music running again. Get rid of the announcement. So Casa, I don't know if you saw the my post. I couldn't quite figure out what the guy said. Let me see if I can scroll up. Yeah, this is a while ago, so let me. And by the way, guys, I had this big. Big is on my radar right now. Sorry, big is on my radar right now. So why is it on my radar? Oops. Because okay, I have an alert set for around, well, right now it's a little over 19, but why would I be interested in big? Well, 1918 is the next high looking left. So let's assume it can get through this 19 level again. And if it gets close to that night, because look left and you've got almost to $20, almost. So there is room for this to run if it wants to. Okay, so that is why I'm looking at big as a potential long. But I'm not going to predict it's going to do that. I'll just put a price alert, and if it takes it out, great. Then I know I can start watching it again. So I don't have to stare at this chart anymore. I've just put my price alert. If the price alert happens, my price alert window will pop up on my screen, so I won't miss it. Yeah, DBGI, they're doing a financing now. Yeah, doing a financing right now, 10 million. Scummy, scummy, scummy. I hate these companies that do that in during the market hours. I know William doesn't think that matters, but you know, most of these companies, for me anyway, I would never be holding overnight. I'd never be holding, I'd be trading this during the day if I'm going to do it. Okay, gives me an opportunity to get out of the trade during the day. But this, when they announce a financing during the day, you can get nailed. And they don't obviously don't care about us poor retail traders, but it doesn't happen that often. But when it does, it can be a real shock. I can remember one that I can't remember this. Maybe I don't know, a year ago, 2 years ago, sitting around $10. They announced the financing, and in a heartbeat, it went to about 6 or 4. And up to that point, it was just kind of a nice little trade. It wasn't doing anything, and you could look at that and go, okay, I'm in this trade. It's not maybe I'm up a little bit, so I'm just going to hold on. And then all of a sudden, they come up with the financing announcement during market hours. One of my massive pet peeves. So Casa, I don't know if you're in the room. I thought I heard the guy said MNMTR, and then I heard a 30. I bet it can't be, because then I thought I heard a $38 price target. So yeah, look at the manual. Yeah, this is not like as Shady said, it's not really like a rumor, like a maybe. I mean, they're putting themselves up for sale. So again, I'm not going to anticipate they're going to take out 22. Yesterday, they butted its head up against 22 several times, but it's looking better. I mean, if they ever get some volume coming in and take out that 22. Okay, let's see. Funny, just as I was taking my break, I did see that VIVK popped up and it came right back down. I actually thought that might get it going. Right when I was taking my break, right at noon, I saw this and I almost said, I better delay my break. I may have to get into this. And then it just came right back down. And that's the VIVK. I had a price alert set right around 131. And you can see that candle. And that probably nailed, hopefully nobody in the room, but that probably nailed some people thinking, okay, now it's going to get going. But that happened so quickly and it came right back down. So it's still below the VWAP. Now, later on in the day, maybe it does it again, but this maybe it just continues. I mean, look at the volume for it today. I mean, you can just, look at this volume bar right here, today's volume bar on the daily chart, and look back and you see a little guy way over here. It's only 200,000 shares. This is 5 million. So the sync I'm not in anymore, but that was AMCX. Yeah, but that's the one the guy whenever whatever time I posted that and I was listening to the guy and sometimes I find it hard to hear the symbol. I know he does it so quickly with the so it was NMTR. Yeah, because I heard this crazy price target. Now if it's Goldman, then we're all in. Well, now that The Walking Dead's over, AMC Networks, they need another blockbuster. Well, if he's got you know who I'm talking about though, Casa. I mean, I'm talking about the guy, and I could, I don't think it has anything to do with Zach. So AMC Network, AMCX, AMC Networks laying off a bunch. So that usually what the market wants to see, cutting. I mean, unfortunately for the people, but cutting costs through the two. There's the VWAP. Oh, I see. You weren't at your desk. Okay, gotcha. So it's through the 200-day, sorry, through the VWAP, 1970. Well, big is starting to fall here. So there's the VWAP. That's pretty close though. Look at Manu. Just right at that 22 mark. Which the attraction is that 2 days ago it got up to 20, almost 23. So that's kind of the attraction right now. No real action from this UCL. I'm just it's on a my watch list. Little pullback a couple of days yesterday. Very spotty looking 15-minute chart. So it's still on my watch list in case it takes off. Oh man, look at that HTOO. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. Remember seeing this here, 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 here. Well, that's what the float can do for you. 8.8 million in the float. It's even getting close now to the 200-day moving average, 672. Has it been 10 years, guys, yet with Nutanix, NTNX, the stock of the decade? Has it been 10 years yet? Can't have been. The room has only been open for 7. And if you're wondering what I'm talking about, when Goldman Sachs came out, probably about, what, 5 years ago? 4 or 5 years ago? And branded this the stock of the decade, NTNX. All right, guys, there's a Manu creeping above 22. All right, how well is it going to hold 22? Thank you, William. So we still have a few days, or a few years to go. Well, in all fairness, it did do pretty well for a while. Come on, Manu, are you going to play games still at 22? Histogram looks good. Yeah, it is. Yeah, I mean, I don't like to brand myself a scalper, but I'm telling you, on a day like today, you got some are moving, like the Shady's Geo moved very well. The Sync moved well, took a while, SINC, but just so many stocks are just kind of not huge trends for me anyway, the ones I'm following. I'm just going to give it a little bit longer. The Manu. A couple more pennies, I'll probably take myself out. Okay, I'm just watching the Manu. I'm just watching how it's trading right now. Okay, I'm down a little bit. I just want to see if it. Yeah, I think I'm out. No, not yet. Not quite yet. I used to have I don't know if you want to call it a strategy necessarily, but I would only take the stock on the second break of the whole number. Now, of course, it depends on the time frame you're looking at, but the second break of the whole number. All right, some news about AZN. Yeah, not affected. Okay, over 22 again. So it's basically where I bought it, okay? And I'm in at 04, so basically where I bought it, MANU. If it drops down below 22 again, I'm out. I'm just gonna get out, forget about it. The histogram does look good though. I mean, this is inferring that the bullish candles ratio versus bearish candle ratio, or bullish versus bearish candlestick patterns, certainly very, very good in the favor of the bulls, but this has a sort of maybe a different way of trading. So this is what's kind of keeping me in the trade. Is Bed Bath & Beyond going out of business? I don't know. It's a meme stock right now. I mean, there's no reason for this pop, just a meme stock. All right, guys. Okay, now keep going, you. Ah, geez. All right, so here's the Hudi, guys. HUDI. I think you guys were talking about it. I think you were talking about it. Awfully risky, of course. 3.2 million in the float. A few weeks ago, what was that day? That was on actually just earlier this month. Yeah, up to $195. Yeah, so you're short this, aren't you, Zach? Is this off your, no, it's not off your, at least maybe it was. I don't know what my price range is. No. AI alert, obviously not working. It was a long. It's going to get stopped. Yeah, it has been stopped out. E-core, that's what I was, a tough time understanding the guy. Ah, that's just a cheap one. Okay. Yeah, I got a marketing meeting in about 20 minutes. Michael says there's going to be big news, so we'll see. It's probably kidding. Beyond Meat, BYND. Doing something here a little bit. Not much. I'm just looking. It's showing up in the large cap gainers. Well, we seemingly, at least I did, waited forever for this Manu to take out 22. So the only good thing I can say is it's still holding over 22. Maybe we can set a little base here for a bit and then run. That's all hopefully for me anyway, anybody who took that trade. Yeah, no shorts available for me at Interactive Brokers for Pally. Yeah, I believe it. It's at 11 o'clock, 2 o'clock Eastern, right? The game, 11 o'clock my time. Yeah, I'm almost sure. Yeah, 2 p.m. 2 p.m. your Eastern time, 11 o'clock my time. Excuse me, just give me a moment, guys. I'll be right back. Okay, guys. So what happened with VAX? VAXX. Okay. Pretty nice move at a consolidation for VAXX. What's the next high looking left? Right there. 245. It's at 245. So if you look left on that daily chart, it's sitting right there. You too, Riska. All right. Well, okay. Best I can say about Man U, it's at least holding over 22. You see, the guy's just talking about VAXX, and we had it first. Yeah, I heard that regarding the rail strike, potential rail strike. Maybe Pepe. That'd be funny. All right, guys. So in about 10 minutes, I'll be in this marketing meeting. So I'm just going to bide my time. I'm just going to have to keep an eye on the MANU, MANU, and see if it has any sort of a little run in it. Was there news on this one? I didn't see any news for the KTRA other than, of course, a very low float, 1.5 million in the float. That's not news, of course, but that's, of course, is why it can move like this. What's the main difference? Well, I mean, I shouldn't say obviously, but obviously in the first half hour, I mean, things are really, I mean, once the market opens, it's like there's a huge surge, all sorts of stocks doing crazy things, up, down, up, down, up, down. I find it's easier in the afternoon, to be honest. I think, things have settled down a little bit. So when something breaks out, you might get a better trend. I mean, listen, the biggest moves are always going to be like for the majority of stocks are always going to be in the first half hour. But with that comes a lot of volatility. That's why I don't like to trade in the first 15 minutes. A lot of times I'll sit on my hands for even 30 minutes. I mean, I'll miss the ones that keep running right from the beginning, but so much happens in that, especially in the first 15. In the afternoon, things have, they've been able to set up all day. And I actually find it very, I find it actually, I hate to use the term easier, but in the afternoon, things have set up a little bit longer and maybe a little more definable. So that's my opinion anyway. But if you want the fast action and all that, certainly in the first half hour. But you got to be pretty nimble and you got to really stay on top of things. That's my opinion. Okay. There are others that, I think they trade right off the bat. And if they can make money doing that, great. I could never find a way to do it. We used to see when I used to have, I may even bring it back, the basic new highs and lows. We used to see, I'll use this as an example. Okay. VIVX. I'll use it as an example. I have no idea if it's going to do anything. Or is it? Is that the right symbol? VIVK, sorry. I'll use this as an example. So you see the huge move it had in the pre-market and lots of action right off the bat. Now, if this had settled down here, and we see a lot of times that's what happens. You see these little guys and they have all sorts of action in the first half hour, and then they do nothing, it seems, for the rest of the day until maybe 1:32, maybe even later, and all of a sudden the enthusiasm comes back. But you could sort of see, imagine if this one was just underneath the VWAP, it didn't have that drop down to $1.09. It sort of consolidated a lot more. And then all of a sudden some volume comes in. You could see something like this just starting to rip as an example. We used to see that a lot. The problem right now is that these little guys, we're not seeing as much of that as we did maybe, 6 months ago, a year ago. And it's, the nature of the market we're in. But that's what I'm sort of saying. They sort of snooze for a long time, and then all of a sudden they catch a bid again. But again, I don't have a good example. That would have been a great example, and it might still happen. I mean, it may still happen. There's the VWAP. It's got to get through that VWAP. It tried earlier, but see how it kind of faked out everybody? Got up to 132 and it came right back down. And that's what I'm saying. I think in the past, if a move like that would have kept going because it's a low float. It doesn't trade that much. And look at the day it's having in terms of volume. Okay. But we're in that kind of market it's not, we're not being rewarded. And I mean, look, if Man U works, I could say, okay, it took all day for Man U to break 22. Okay, look at all day long. And if it works, if it gets close to 23, I'd say, okay. Well, this is starting to get into paint drying territory. For me, anyway, what I'm following, other than if a Man U, but you know what? I'll be rewarded. If the Man U makes a break into the 30s or 40s, I'd be very happy. I've got a very tight stop on it, so whew. See, I mean, look how choppy this one was. Look at NVAX as an example. This is so difficult. I mean, look at the pop it had in the pre-market at 8:45. Had some news coming out saying WHO, the WHO, was updates the emergency use of Novavax. Okay, so it popped up on that news, and then it basically just sold right off. And this is the opening candle, got all the way down to 1636. Then all of a sudden, zoop, look at this, right up to 18. And then since then, it's been dropping. I mean, it's just this is why trading can be very difficult. You think you've got something going here. Now, I wish I'd seen this because the minute it got down below that VWAP at 1754, I probably would have been interested in shorting it. I just didn't see it. So that was yesterday's news for KTRA. Okay. With the right symbol. There we go. This GDS is really hung in here. I mean, did have a little bit of a drop, but I mean, it's really hanging in there. And now it's back over that VWAP, 1351. It's back over the VWAP. Yeah, looking at SPWR, I mean, I don't know if that's really what I would call breaking the uptrend. I mean, certainly on the 15, but I don't know about completely breaking the uptrend. To me, it's still kind of consolidating a bit. So there's the high. So that's that is what Shady is talking about, taking out the high of the day, 1174. Well, I guess we've got to pay attention to the next time even Wedbush puts a price target on something. I didn't think they would have the same. I didn't think they'd have that power. Okay, guys. So I'll be putting myself on mute while I'm in the meeting. All right, guys, I'm back, and that's a bit of a rush. Took a long time, but you know what? The histogram kept me in this trade. Sort of rocking around that between 220 and 215. And the histogram, I kept looking at it and saying it's getting better and better and better. So I've taken some out. Okay, I've taken some out of the Manu trade. I said if it got into the 40s, I'd be happy. I had such a tight stop on it, no more than a dime. And so this is starting to rock, guys. Now, the next high looking left, of course, is a couple of days ago. I have no idea if it's going to get close to that or break through it, but I'm pretty happy with that after, talking about it for seemingly most of the day. Frank Zoo, I do not think we have a display of how each AI performed in the recent days and weeks. Okay. I mean, you can go to hmm, you can go to, oh, let me get rid of you can go to our history. Okay. Right click on this window, the strategy trades all, and do a history. And you can check yesterday, last week, last 30 days, last 60 days. Okay. So, I mean, if that's what you're looking for, we do have that. Okay. If you can see my screen. That's okay. I see. Yeah, I know you guys scored. So, yeah, I know a lot of people watching the World Cup now. Okay, so that's it. That's all. That's the best we can do, Frank. Okay. There's no graph that's going to say, okay, this strategy did this over the last 30 days, this strategy. So there's nothing like that. Now, watch dealer. I'm trying to answer your questions now. Okay, so it wasn't Holly because there's no, there's, you saying CLNT? Holly executed 12 shares of CLNT. So CLNT is not an AI alert today, so I'm not sure what you mean by that one. And it's hard for me to know exactly what you're talking about when you say it only purchased 2 shares. I set yours to 25 per order, or that's what you thought. So not sure what you mean, watch dealer. I'm sorry. You'd have to. I mean, you can pick how many shares you want. I mean, if you're talking about a strategy, though, remember if and I have no idea what strategy you're trying to use, if it's your own, but it's dictated by your risk, how much you're willing to risk on the trade. That will assign how many shares you take, etc. So watch dealer. Can you hear me? All right. Well, it's getting exciting because I mean, if it can take out that high, 22.95 for the Man U. Yeah, good for you guys on your KTR. Well, hope you sold or got rid of some. Boy, that was a quick pop up and then down for the KTRA. Now, I also, while I was in the meeting, I was watching Big. Yeah, so look at Big, guys. Look where it is. It's right at that high of yesterday, 1918, right at it, literally right on it. So as I said, if it can take that out, you could have a bit of a run because I think 1977 is the next high looking left. That's certainly plenty of room. Keep an eye on this, guys. I mean, this is looking interesting, this big. I mean, if it holds here, I don't know where it's going, of course, but I mean, it's got the room. BIG, as in big. Okay, so maybe watch dealer, you. Boy, this is super interesting. I think anyway, the big. All right, guys. Well, here goes big. A little bit of a move here for big. So I'm in it. Let's see if it has any move at all from here over that 1918. Again, I don't tell anybody to take a trade. I'm just pointing out what I'm saying. If it makes sense to your trading plan, then you have to do what makes sense to you. So for the person who asked me about trading in the afternoon, I mean, this is why I like it. Seriously, I don't know if big is going to work, but I use the menu as an example because I mean, it took forever to set up. Look at this. I mean, this is several hours, and here is another hour before it finally moved. But the setup was not erratic. Usually in the afternoon, you don't see the wild jumps up and down. I'm not saying they can't occur, but well, I don't want to see it get below 1918 very, very like in a big way. So probably like I'm looking at around 1915. But that's me. Okay, that is me. And if you were listening to Michael Noss in the YouTube, his session in YouTube between 12 and 1, I mean, he talked about, he at a good month, he's only right about 50% of the time. But what happens is, he may only be right 30% of the time. But the 70% that he's wrong are he's got tight stops, he's out of the trade quickly, great money management skills, and the 30% that he's right, those ones, he's able to really let them run. It's hard to do though, because most people would really balk at being wrong 70% of the time. And as he was saying, he's not trying to say that should be your strategy, but you gotta have you've got to have a trading strategy. IMAX is popping here, guys. IMAX is popping. It's on your topping tail. Yes, I see that too. Let's see if there's any specific news on it. Through the 200-day though, that's important. Through the 200-day moving average. I mean, I may be wrong in the big, but I'm not going to lose a lot of money on it. It's just a matter of, but I had to try it. The histo is, I mean, it's starting to drop a little bit here, but I'm going to just need that bid to catch up to the ask. Yeah, Avatar in 3D, I guess that's going to help IMAX. I mean, that's the theory, I guess. Oh, it depends, Mona. It really depends. I mean, I was in that. Yeah, remember, when somebody asked that question in the YouTube room when Michael was there, where do you set a target? Okay, so for me, my target, it's not so much when I get into a trade, I have to have a reasonable expectation of making at least a 1-for-2 risk to reward. Okay, so with the Manu, I'm in at 2204, and I did not want to let it get down below 22 in any great way. So I had about a 10-cent stop on that. So for me, I had to look at that and say, could it possibly make me 20 cents? This is really simple math. So could it possibly go to 22.24? Okay. That would be a 1-for-2, risking 10 cents to make 20. But I'm not just trying to make 20, but I won't take the trade unless I think I can make at least a 1-for-2. I'm using Manu as an example. So how do I know? I don't know I can make 20 cents on this trade. But when I look left, I knew that, well, there's nothing blocking it until 23. So yes, I have a reasonable expectation of making 20 cents on the trade. Now, when it popped so quickly like that, all of a sudden now I'm up like a 3 or 4 to 1. So I'll take some off. It's almost not that simple, but I will take some off because I've seen the way this trades, and it can just drop also. So it would kill me if I allowed something like I've been watching seeming well for 2 days now. Really, it's been 2 days waiting for this big 22 break. Yeah, you can't configure it because it's not available to you, Art. Unfortunately, not yet. Okay, not yet. It's not available. But I've said this, and I'm going to be doing my video pretty soon. I mean, Matt, this is what kept me in the trade. The histogram was showing me that okay, the bullish candles versus bearish candlestick patterns were greater So I said, even though it was kind of chopping around a bit, I said, okay, just stay in this trade, stay in the trade, stay in the trade. And I got rewarded. Does it happen like this every single time? Of course not. Of course not. But okay, guys, so I am going to do my video right now. It's at 3 o'clock. I've got to get this done before I shut the room down. So let me just put myself on mute for maybe another 10 minutes or so. It's not going to take me long to do this video. Oop. Say 3:10. Okay, so mute and mute the YouTube room. So the name of it, but you don't have it. Sorry if I mispronounced your name, Viresh. You don't have it yet, but it is right now. It's called TI pattern recognition. Okay, but it's probably going to rename, but you don't have access to it yet. Okay, guys. So I'm just going to do my video now, and I say. All right, guys, I told you to be fast. So big is starting to work a little bit, guys. Big is starting to work a little bit. I'm just about completely out of the Manu trade. I just don't trust the fact it's going to maybe take out, though I should be in it. The histogram is kind of telling me, but I just think that yesterday or the 2 days ago high of 23, it may block it, and it got up to very close, 22.75, and the high is 22.95. So, I've taken most of my trade off, okay, because now if it takes out this 23 level, I may get right back in it. So I'm just going to stick an alert there and see if it does take that level out. Yeah, I mean the logic, yeah, it is interesting logic. I don't know of another indicator that does this. I mean, I'm not saying there isn't, but Michael Noss at Trade Ideas, he came up with it because it's looking at bullish candlestick patterns versus bearish candlestick patterns. I don't know how many candlestick patterns he's looking at, but you guys probably I don't even know these. I mean, they got the hanging man and the shooting stars and all these different candlestick patterns that I don't really pay attention to. But somehow what he's done is he's been able to basically take the bullish versus the bearish. And so if this is a big tall bar right there, that means the bulls are winning in terms of the ratio. And if it starts to drop, that means the bears are starting to win in terms of the ratio. Well, we have Mookie. So we've got a three consecutive day filter. I mean, if that's what you're looking for, if you right click, configure on an alert window, and then click on search, and then type in consecutive. So we've got 1 minute, 2, 5, 10, 15, 30, 60, and days. So if you want, if you want a minimum of 3, then you just use this. Add the filter and you put 3 in the min. That'll give you 3 consecutive green days. And then after that, you can add some other filters, a price range, and Art is saying, I don't know if it's 3 days up. Well, this will definitely give you the 3 consecutive days. If that's what you're looking for, stocks that are, 3 consecutive days. Yeah, now as far as the close is higher, that I don't know. It'll show you 3 candles. Doesn't necessarily mean the close is higher. I know that we look at consecutive days. I know there are several ways to do it, but just try it. Try it. Okay, I mean, you'll get 3 green candles. Hey guys, this big is starting to turn into a nice little trade. Okay. I like this guy better. I can understand him better. Okay, guys, we're getting a little bit close to my closing down all the rooms. Another what, 19 minutes or so, maybe a little earlier, maybe usually close down around 3:25. Okay, so if you have any questions, please ask them now before I do shut the rooms down. Now, I will always stay later if there are questions. Not that I have to go, but eventually, we just wind it down. Sorry, guys, I'm just reading internal emails right now. Yeah, right. Will the market gap up tomorrow? Yes. All right. Anything else? So the Geo is still hanging in there. I know Grumpy Shady mentioned 1175 or something as an ad in that regard. All right. So the market, wow, look at this choppiness in the market over the last, well, since 11:15. Just a little up, little down, little up, little down, little up. Very choppy looking market. Okay, Manu, you gave me my trade for the day, so thank you very much. Well, let's take a look at Manu a little more. Okay, I was looking to see where the VWAP was, but that's way below. So how did Roku do eventually? Yeah, amazing, isn't it? So it went positive. So it's over the VWAP. Roku's over the VWAP. I did hear Casa and anybody else. I did hear that guy say that, there could be some competing. There's well, I don't want to call it a rumor, but there could be some competing offers for APEN. I thought that was squashed blue collar, the Apple rumor a couple of days ago. Ah, got a little nonsense happening over in YouTube. All right, guys, any questions? I will. You too, Mookie. I will have a great night. What night is it? Tuesday. Ah, my Bruins are playing, so I can watch my Bruins play. I don't just like them. I love them. Really. Spent 1 year in Boston. Absolutely loved it. Thought we'd live there for the rest of our lives. Loved it. If Back Bay, I'm sure if Boston, we lived in Back Bay, right, right near the Harvard Bridge, the Harvard Bridge, from 2014 to 15. Let's see. I think I took that South Carolina. Okay. Let me see. Yeah, so I'll keep this in here. This is in the simulator. MMAT took it in the simulator earlier today. I'll just keep it in there. Yeah, it's funny, William. I'm paying way more attention to the View app than I ever used to. Way more attention. Okay, so this is my only concern with big lots right now is this histogram starting to move down a little bit. I mean, I'm up in the trade, but not much, but I'm up in the trade. I'd love to see this bar grow. Ah, wow. Magic. I don't know if you guys saw that right in the screen. but then it dropped. So yeah, getting a little, basically it's where I bought it. So probably maybe should have got out up in this area in the 30s, but it still had some room. The troubling thing right now for me are these little topping tails on the 15-minute. Buyers have been trying to get it up, but the sellers have knocked it down just a little bit every time. All right, guys, I think I'm going to wrap this up and try to take in some of that USA Iran game. I'll cheer for you guys. Of course, I'll cheer for you guys, the USA. Okay, let me get my script together. Okay, so for all the help, everybody, today, I'll open the room tomorrow at 8 o'clock Eastern Time in the morning, of course. Have a great evening, and we'll see you then. Bye-bye. And I'll get out of YouTube right now also.